Welcome to the Lost Lowdown podcast 126 with your hosts Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We are back, but not continuing our season 2 commentary series. I know. Hope you were sitting down. Instead, we're going to take a little break from that commentary series and do a little very special Lost Lowdown where we look back at not only the beginning of the Lost Lowdown, but Lost itself.
Wow.
I know, and the audience goes crazy. So, our next episode in the season 2 commentary series is Two for the Road, which intrepid Lost Slowdowners will remember was our first podcast on Lost, and we thought that might be a nice little point to kind of look back and see how far we've come in respect to the show. So we got two kind of interesting things to talk about. The first interesting thing is the Lost Writer's Guide, which came out on the interwebs back in September of 2013. Which this is basically a document that the showrunners put together to kind of convince the ABC executives that Lost had legs, as it were, as a TV show. And so we'll get into the nitty-gritty version of that. And then another cool thing that we'll link to is one of our longtime listeners, Vince, put together a kind of highlight reel of our Two for the Road podcast. So if you don't have time to listen to the original Lost Lowdown number 1, I think it was like an hour and a half. Vince has put together a highlight reel, which specifically looks at a couple of our theories and whether or not they were right or wrong, depending on what the show eventually told us. So, pretty exciting stuff, huh, Justin?
Yeah. It's really interesting to listen to. I like how it's put together and the sound effects, and yeah, it's cool to hear your own theories confirmed or not confirmed, as the case may be. And yeah, we made a couple of surprisingly prescient comments on that podcast.
Yeah, sure.
I was impressed at how savvy we were already about sort of how Lost works, even though I still feel like we were kind of naive at the time. And yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's fun to listen to, even if you want to just go ahead and listen to the whole thing, because it sort of distills things down a bit. And I'm really glad he made that. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Vince, thanks. It was really fun. It was really cool to listen to, and a lot of work went into that, you can tell. So we'll definitely have a link to that on our page. Justin, where can people find the Lost Lowdown?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. There's so many ways to find the Lost Lowdown. I believe the simplest one is you can just go to lostlowdown.com.
What?
Yeah, we apparently are able to use that URL to direct to our page. If you prefer to sort of use the home URL, I guess it's thelostlowdown.blogspot.com. And you can go there that way, or you can do a Google search for the Lost Lowdown, and you will find us, or even Lost Podcast. We are fairly high in the results now, which is very exciting.
Yeah, so one of our greatest goals for the Lost Lowdown was to be in the top 10 of Google search results if you search the Lost Podcast. And we just recently found out that we are now like the 8th result if you search Lost Podcast on Google. And that only took like 8 years. So I think, as we were just joking off podcast, it's really easy to get high on the search results list when you outlast every other podcast. So
Exactly.
all you got to do is stick around past the point of relevancy, and you too can be high on Google.
That's the secret, kids. That's how it works.
That's the secret. Don't quit, even when people tell you to.
Just keep going, even if it's long past the point of anyone caring.
Exactly. Just keep going until you can't go anymore.
You're gonna climb that Google ladder. I promise. Even if no one's typing it in Google, because no one cares.
Even if Google doesn't exist anymore because it's dead 100 years,
Exactly.
don't give up.
At a certain point, it doesn't matter. But until then, you will be the king.
The king of Google search results,
Exactly.
which is everyone's goal in life, I'm sure.
Exactly. That's what matters.
Okay, so let's get into this Lost document. This is probably
Please.
the most, the most instructive document on Lost, next to the Lost Encyclopedia, which
Yes.
barely counts because that came in
Yeah.
after the show.
Right. Yeah. It's very different. It's, what they call in Latin ex post facto stuff. I mean, they all, you know, uh, got together and wrote down what they wanted to say about various things in the show after everything had already been, written and shown. And so it's retconny, I mean, it's sort of the final retcon, if you like. Um,
The
I
one
mean,
retcon to rule them all.
exactly. Exactly. And so that's and the other thing is that it's for publishing. I mean, it's for people, it's for the fans to buy,
Hmm.
and so it's for the audience. And I think that distinguishes it from this document, which was written for the studio to look at. And so it's a behind the scenes thing. This was not meant for the fans to read, and so it really gives you an inside look. And I would say, with the exception of, I remember there was a photograph from season 5, I think, in a magazine where you saw a little board behind them of a sort of outline of the season,
Yeah.
and it had little plot points that were like roughly correct for what they ended up doing, but slightly different. And that I found that very, and there were parts that it couldn't quite read, frustratingly. And ever since then, I had this wish, like, God, I just wish I could know, what they were talking about and what they were saying behind the scenes, because, I know there's all these decisions to be made, all of these little plot points and mysteries and character development decisions that they have to talk through, and I'm sure a lot of ideas got thrown out there that they didn't go with, and
Hmm.
things change over time. And I mean, the writing process, I mean, is like that. I think, I mean, it's, you come up with ideas, you think about them, or you even write them down, and then maybe change your mind or whatever, or you even change from what your original view of why you were doing it, was. And so I think the great thing about this is that, I mean, the date on here is May 5th, 2004. So we really get a view into what was in their mind about Lost as a series, and sort of they talk about the mythology in a fair amount of detail, and about what the show was going to be like. And although Damon Lindelof did come out and say that in a sense they sort of knew they were being a bit deceptive here. They were
Hmm.
trying to sell it. They wanted to get the show financed and put on the air, and then they would sort of make the show that they sort of really wanted to make. So it's not 100% what they wanted, but at the same time, I think it does show. I mean, there's a lot of things in here I think that they really did,
Hmm.
and I think it does also show what some of the network pressure was. Because of the things that they focus on, and they sort of spend a lot of time saying it's not going to be this. It really tells you what the network was thinking they didn't want from Lost.
Hmm.
And I think in some of those concerns you can see them being addressed on the show, and to a certain extent. I mean, I think they didn't do it as extremely as they described here in the document, but I think some of these things actually do sort of have are in some way addressed on the actual show that we all saw.
Yeah.
And it also makes me think about the fact that even though, I mean, the pilot was enormously successful, this was written before the pilot had been aired, so they had a lot less power at this point,
Yeah.
in terms of doing what they want. But I think even after the success of the pilot, I mean, the ratings in general over the seasons declined, and they did have, of course, the end date and all that. But I'm sure the networks continued to tell them certain things that they would prefer, to have or not have, and I would really like to know what those were. We
Hmm.
may never know what those were and in what way that influenced the show. But I think for this time, for the early period of the show, I mean, just insanely early, literally like episode 1 hasn't been written yet. Uh, I think it's really, to me, like, this is incredibly exciting because it's exactly the kind of thing that I've wanted to have for so long, and so I'm really excited to go through this thing and talk about some of these little details that are extremely interesting to me in retrospect.
Well, speaking of talking about this document, why don't we talk about this document?
That's a good idea. Oh, I want to say one more thing in general. When this thing came out, the majority of comments that I read about it were just mainly trashing Damon Lindelof because as we talked about a bit off podcast, like, he's kind of become this online punching bag
Hmm.
uh, for people to just make derisive comments and call him names and stuff, and just any opportunity to tear him down on the internet, people just
Yeah.
love. you know and I know we are not always 100% complimentary when it comes to Lost, but we both recognize that we're here because they did something good.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of getting lost, because I think those people in general, I mean, a lot of them at least, I mean, they wouldn't care at all if he didn't do something right,
Yeah.
you know and I think it's really, I don't know, there's just something really depressing or just awful about that whole phenomenon of just.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of elements there. First, it's sort of unfair in a way to lambast someone for something they create that you decide in the end you don't like, and you only decided you didn't like it at the end.
Yeah,
So you stuck with
exactly.
it because it
Yeah.
was good, and
Yes.
and it didn't end the way you wanted it. So now you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say the whole thing was shit. And then it's kind of like, well, where else in entertainment um, do people feel this level of entitlement to sort of the perfect conclusion to something?
Yeah.
Most TV shows don't get a real ending. The ones that do get a real ending, the ending isn't necessarily great,
Yeah.
or anything more than what the show needed. And so, Lost just lives under with these sort of unfair burdens by the popularity and that was created around the show. Right? And Damon and Carlton being sort of leaders of that train. Trains have leaders, right? And
Yes, yes, the train leader, the well-known.
so leader, the archetype, as we all know, of the train leader. As Carlton and Damon sort of being the people get all that attention. It's just really unfair. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Damon is basically pretty much the world's most well-known screenwriter. I mean, screenwriters aren't really that well known, and the fact that he, obviously with Twitter and Facebook and stuff, kind of put himself out there more. But it's just a strange circumstance where we're we're not. He's not just being judged on the merits of his show. Now it's any other show that happens.
Hmm.
Now we need to comment on this in relation to Lost. So
Yeah.
Breaking Bad ends. Okay, how does this ending compare to the Lost ending?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, well, is that relevant? I mean, they're completely different shows. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we all feel bad about how much crap Damon specifically had to take, and people might know he kind of got bullied off of Twitter because of comments relating to how Breaking Bad ended, and everyone thought it was so much better than the Lost ending, and it's interesting because all this stuff ties into this specific document we're about to talk about.
Exactly.
It all ties into
Exactly.
and one of my, as I told you before, Justin, one of my favorite quotes in terms of screenwriting, or maybe sort of life in general, I don't know, but every criticism is born from an unmet expectation. So if you're watching something and you find out, you don't something happens and you don't like it, it's not necessarily that you didn't like the outcome. It's most likely that the setup led you to believe a different outcome was going to happen. So if you didn't like the ending, The Lost, chances are it's because the writers and the sort of show in general led you to believe something else was going to happen, and it didn't meet your expectations. Thus, you have this criticism of it. And of course, no show is going to be perfect, so there's going to be criticisms no matter what they did
Yeah.
with the ending. Uh,
Absolutely.
but yeah, so anyway, that being said, yeah, let's
Absolutely.
talk about this document because it really is really trying to address expectations, and
Mhm.
trying to address any criticisms that specifically the executives who this was addressed to might have had before agreeing to greenlight the first season and all that stuff. So yeah, so like we said before, this document was presented after the pilot was shot, but before the pilot was aired. So Lost kind of could have gone anywhere at this point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It could, and we're gonna see some of the ways it could have gone
Yeah.
as we proceed through it.
So
Um,
you should be able. We should have a link to this document in our little on our podcast
yes.
page. So hopefully that's there now. When you're listening to this, not there now as we're talking, but it
I
should be
know.
out as we're talking.
I love it. I feel like we're time traveling or
There's
something.
something with time travel there, yeah. So if you could also post the next lotto numbers, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll do that too.
That's gonna work, but
The- exactly. Yes. The lost document along with the lotto numbers will be there on the lostlowdown.com.
it tells me the lotto numbers are gonna be the lost numbers.
So go there and win millions. Yeah. What else would they be?
What else would they be? Okay, so let's start on this document, the Lost Writers Guide. I've highlighted some things to talk about. We can kind of, I guess, just go page by page and whatever we want to kind of bring up.
Yeah.
So, the first question in this document, one of the first big questions. So anyway, the document starts talking about, what is the franchise? What do the episodes look like? Putting in the context of other shows. And they started off talking about how, Lost can be any kind of franchise drama. It can be a medical show, a cop show, a lawyer show, character drama. And one of the great lines here is, all the stories that populate a season of the OC play out here on our island, albeit with much higher stakes. And I'm like, really? You gonna call the OC into this? This bitch? It's like, okay, you stole my boyfriend. No, I didn't. I never saw the OC, but I assume that was every episode.
Me either, as far as I know. Yeah, I guess the OC was popular at the time, and they thought that was a good reference point. It is strange because oh, okay, no, sorry, they do reference ER for the medical show.
They did, yeah.
Um, so I guess those are the two like specific shows they reference here.
Mm.
And I think yeah, so this first part is sort of a Q&A, like they're imagining the executives asking them, these questions, they're anticipating them and then giving them answers to the questions they anticipate
Yeah.
that the executives will have. And yeah, so this one is like, okay, like what's the show? Like I like the pilot was cool and all, but like how does that a show? Which I think is a reasonable thing to ask
You can't have a
actually.
plane crash every episode.
Yeah, exactly, because it's really specific what happens in the pilot. That's not a formula, you know. And so I think what they say here is a bit strange. Um, I think there's a sense in which what they say is true. I mean, I do think that what they don't mention and the way in which it becomes true really is the flashbacks.
Hmm.
Like when they talk about the medical show, they really talk about it on the island. And the cop show is also on the island, and the lawyer show's on the island. You know, character drama, okay, that makes sense to be on the island, but I think what ended up happening was that those elements became the flashbacks. So like Jack's flashbacks definitely have a medical show vibe to them,
Hmm.
and I think you could say that to a certain extent, you know. Sawyer's flashback, maybe Ana Lucia's flashback more directly. To a certain extent, Mr. Echo's second flashback, the question mark, like had a cop show vibe to it. I mean, we even talked about that at the time,
Yeah.
like where he's investigating things for the Catholic Church, and like it's
Yeah. The priest detective.
yeah, the priest detective, exactly, and it totally has that kind of formula with a lost, mystery twist sort of thrown in, you
Yeah.
know. Lawyer show, I mean, they definitely had that to a certain. Oh, I guess Kate's too. Lawyer show, they definitely had that with Michael and like he goes through all that stuff with the custody and
Hmm.
there's several scenes there. There was a lawyer show with Kate when she gets off the island, and there's the trial and all that stuff. So I think they sort of did do this, but not on the island as they
Well, I
describe
mean,
here.
they did do some island versions of this stuff, right? I mean, the medical version is when
Yeah.
somebody gets sick and Jack has to Jack has to
Yes.
figure out what's going on. He's got to use Sun's help. He's got to deal with
Right.
Moon's leg. I mean, so you get an
No,
ER
you're right.
version of that, and then the lawyer stuff I think is more about the ethics. They claim they mention here about how would the Losties put one of their fellow Losties on trial for something, and it never really got to that point. But I mean, there was
Yeah.
informal trials and tribunals and people gathering to judge what to do about something. So it kind
Yes.
of had it had that to a degree.
You're right. You're right. That's true. And I guess, yeah, occasionally they would investigate things, but that might be a lot of the show actually. But yeah, but they didn't quite take it as far, I guess. Especially with the trial. I mean, they were. We'll see that later. Like they really were planning to have like a lot more in terms of political organization
Hmm.
of the survivors, which would have been interesting, but yeah, it always came down to, well, we sort of accept that you're the leaders and there's a small group and they're kind of just going to informally decide what to do.
Yeah.
But it never really came to such a, what, putting anybody on trial. I mean, I guess Juliet got put on trial, but that wasn't quite, well, that was a everyone wants to forget about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the others, and I think it sort of makes sense that the others had those sorts of
They're way more
systems in
formal.
place.
Yeah. Exactly.
Exactly, but yeah, the survivors, it never got to that point, and it splintered too much, I think, in terms of groups and various people doing various things in various places, and it never worked. But character drama is sort of, you know, I mean, you have that on almost any show. I mean, kind
I
of
would hope so.
that's kind of the basic engine of a television show.
The
So
character drama?
yes,
Wow. I hope TV knows that.
so do I actually. I would be disturbed. So yeah, that was that question. But it's kind of amusing to read because I think even though they did incorporate these elements, I wouldn't say that the show like is built on this idea of sort of each episode is a new franchise. Like it didn't quite.
Yeah, and I think again that's what's interesting about this document is they're only showing part of their hand here, and then the other part of the hand they're bluffing.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's a very simple show to grasp, and oh, it's a cop episode, it's a lawyer
Mm-hmm.
episode or subplot, and they did do all these things, but I think they were much less. They were more subtle about the structure and the themes that So it wasn't as obvious.
Yeah. And I feel like these things were more except for character drama, which I'm setting that aside, but the typical I mean those are the three big genres for TV, medical, cop, and lawyer. And I feel like those things were more like extra things, like icing. I mean they were not the core of the show,
Hmm.
you know. But they sell it here as though that's really the core of the show.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's the part that it didn't really hold up over time. But I totally see why they did that. And you're right. Like what they're doing here is selling the part that's sellable,
Yeah.
and leaving the other part, in terms of just hoping that I'll be convinced, so they can, put in that other stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, you want to go to the next page here? It
Yes.
talks about the question is Lost a genre show? And one of the things I pointed out here is this line: if we do it right, the quote paranormal will always be coupled with a logical explanation to remind the audience that this is the real world.
Cut
Really,
to the cave of light.
really, guys? Cut to anything.
Cut to cut
Yeah,
to night.
cut to
And
Walt showing up in the wet, speaking
mhm.
backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
The moment our characters stop being amazed by amazing things, the show becomes inaccessible to a broader audience. Yes, you're right, it does. So why did you guys do that?
Yeah, but that's funny. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, that crazy thing, whatever. That was last week." And it's
Yeah, like when Man in Black walks into the barracks and he talks to Sawyer, Sawyer's like, I don't know if you're time traveling or if you're the ghost of Christmas past, but I don't care. I'm just gonna drink this whiskey.
yep.
It's like that's the point he was at by that time.
Yeah,
Like he was so past being amazed.
he was not going to be amazed by that at
He
all.
was just like whatever.
It goes back to they don't impress me much.
Exactly.
Oh, so you're time traveling like evil incarnate, whatever.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so I mean this is um yeah, there will be episodes that are grounded in reality and have no elements of the fantastic whatsoever. That's true. That does happen.
Hmm.
Um yeah, they have normal threats. That's true. The thing at the end, if we do our jobs right, we can walk that fine line and never be branded as quote unquote sci-fi.
Hmm. And yeah, I pointed that out too because I think they were correct, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't really call it a sci-fi show, but here's
They
what
had
I thought
sci-fi
was.
elements.
Yeah, and this is what I think is interesting about that is when they did bring in the real kind of hard sci-fi of Daniel Faraday. He
Mhm.
embodies the hard sci-fi of the show pretty much. Next to
Yes.
Dharma in general.
Dharma. Yeah.
But what's interesting is, when you get Dan to the island to do his experiments, they come up inconclusive.
Right.
So I feel like maybe that's their way of not trying to be sci-fi. Of like, okay,
Yeah.
we'll have a character who's a scientist, so he's got to do sciencey stuff as a character, but we're not going to give you sci-fi answers. We're not going to, really. I mean, there's still sci-fi elements, but like, I wonder if that's why they didn't want to give us any hard data. They didn't want to show us a map of every place the island has appeared, and
Right.
like that, or just be, science needs data.
Yes.
And they were like, yeah, we're not going to give you that.
Yeah. That's not. This show's not going to be about that. I mean, they will acknowledge that. I think what they did was they said that there are phenomena that are on the island that could be understood in a scientific way,
Mm-hmm.
but I think they stopped well short of saying that the whole island can be explained that way.
Yeah.
And all of the scientists who tried to understand the island failed.
Yes, they did.
And that was just that. And so so I think even though, I mean, they did say that it was very important that they not be that kind of show, that they not be thought of as a sci-fi show. I mean, I think they were able to edge their way in there without committing
Mm-hmm.
fully. I mean, it's sort of like, what they were saying before. It's a medical show, it's a cop show, it's a lawyer show, it's a sci-fi show.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have that little bit of a dash of sci-fi,
Yeah.
but not so much that it's like, it's not Star Trek, it's not Battlestar Galactica, it's not, literally people on spaceships and aliens and robots and stuff like that. Like, it's much more, the extent of the sci-fi is much more small scale, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and the logical explanation thing, they continued to say that. I mean, that was a quote that, like, a lot of fans love to pull out and rub in their face for years during the series, and to this day, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That they would say, everything on Lost can be explained with science, or pseudoscience. They said.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of think that they intended to do that for a while. I mean, past this point. Uh, I think as late as whenever that quote came from, which was, I believe, season 2 or 3 or so. Um, I think that they did have in mind that they would do that, but I think there must have been a point where they said to themselves, yeah, uh, the smoke monster is not going to be explained with science.
Science can't explain that.
No.
Why not?
Well, it could, but it's not going to be nanobots.
It's not nanobots. Oh.
It's definitely not nanobots.
So the Cave of Light wasn't a nano factory. You just got transmutated into nanobots.
Nanofactory. I mean, who am I to say that it's not a nanofactory? But the point is, the show doesn't say
Mm-hmm.
that it's a
Mother doesn't say, now watch out for that nano factory down there.
You have to stay away. Stay away from the nanofactory, kids.
It's dangerous.
It will hurt you. But I think Adventure Show is accurate. I mean, I think this paragraph is fairly honest for where they were at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, compared to the first one, which I think was kind of cagey.
Yeah. So the next thing that was interesting, where it says, the beginning of the next episode presents an entirely new dilemma to be resolved that requires no knowledge of the episodes that preceded it, except for the rare two-parter. And I'm like, yeah, that's not true either, guys. Like, you can't just hop into a Lost episode and know what's going on.
Yes.
You might need, a little knowledge, but not no knowledge. You're gonna need some knowledge of what's happening.
Yes.
So that's another, and I guess that was the thing is, oh yeah, that's how this question starts. Is it self-contained or serialized? And the answer is self-contained. Seriously, we promise.
Yeah.
And it's like,
one line for each.
You're totally lying. This is how they lie.
This is complete bullshit. And the fact that they're saying it that way, that's how you know they're lying.
That's how you know they're lying.
Because they're so emphatic. The reason they're saying that way is because they know that someone reading this is going to be like, yeah, I don't see it. I'm not buying it. Like, they need to emphasize, seriously, we promise.
Mm-hmm.
No, really. We're not lying. Because there's mysteries, right? Because there's elements that have to carry over a long period of time. And what does that mean? It means not self-contained.
Yeah.
And I think the idea, yeah, I mean, it's absurd. It's definitely not true. There are certain episodes that are somewhat self-contained, but as you said, like that's somewhat. I mean, it still requires something. I think we you have the previously on Lost thing,
Mm-hmm.
which is I think intended there to try to distill the bare minimum of information that you need to know to understand the episode. I still think it's a lot of times not really enough, but I think that's one way they tried to address this problem
Yeah.
of making it sort of self-contained. And then before the seasons, they would do those like hour-long things where they would sort of recap the show up to that point.
Yeah.
And I think that also was intended to sort of ameliorate this problem of people wanting to tune in but just being lost about, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
about where the, where the characters are, what's going on, like, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
just getting like dropped into this thing. But yeah, this just as accessible on a weekly basis as a traditionally procedural drama. Like no, just no. I
No.
mean, and I mean the ratings show that like it was a core audience that was following it that was really making up the majority by the end because the people who left the show for a while, if they came back, were lost.
Yeah,
So, you know, yeah, this is just complete BS. But it does show what the network wanted,
for sure.
you know. And I think they did address that in various ways. I mean, there were, in addition to previous on Lost, there were also fair amounts of dialogue about that were just exposition.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talked about the whole, the bottle with the messages, the bottle with the messages that I buried under this, all
Yeah.
this stuff. So they would do things like that. So, if you didn't watch that episode, they'll tell you some stuff that
Mm-hmm.
so that you can understand. So there were the considerations for those audience members, but I think the extreme they say here is
Yeah.
very
This is
far.
not lip service. We are absolutely committed, underlying committed, to this conceit. And it's like, wow,
Yes,
I've never seen such blatant lying in my life.
I know, I
And
know. The
and
more they
I've
say
seen
it,
Ben Linus's entire story.
oh.
Ouch.
Wow. Yeah, that's another thing. This was written by J.J. Abrams and David Lindelof, and they write it in the style of a law script. Like if you've ever read a law script, they always have these. I mean, they're written in a very entertaining, sort of in-your-face way,
Yeah.
and they have like these underlined parts and these one-line, one-word things, and it's so it has that here with all these underlined things and.
Yeah.
It's sort of like it's talking to you. Like I can sort of imagine JJ in front of me, like pitching this thing.
Yeah, it's like a written pitch.
Exactly. Exactly. So that one's a classic. I'm amazed by that one.
All right, next page. All right, so next page.
Yes, let's do it.
All right, so what's the shape of the first season? Was one of their
Oh
big questions
yes.
here, and one of the things I want to pull out was they talk about compressing time, and that each episode will cover 1 or 2 days, and the first season roughly covers the first 40 days on the island. And
Yes.
I want to make a note to see if that was true or not. So,
I think it is. I think it's really close because there's the famous episode, The Other 48 Days.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so I think what that means is that, I mean, maybe that includes a bit of season two, but up until the point where they meet the tail section, when Ana Lucia shoots Shannon, I guess, was from the plane crash was 48 days, I believe.
So it looks like Exodus, the season 1 finale, was the 44th day.
Yeah.
So pretty close, guys. Pretty close.
That's how. Yeah. So they were. That's exactly what they did. Um, let's see. Another thing that's interesting to me about this is they reference 24 and they talk about each episode being a day, and the fact that the next episode picks up where the previous one left off.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that to me that feels like that's a little bit in tension with the previous question. Like, well, if that's happening, then it doesn't feel like a procedural show. Like procedural shows just sort of come in
Mm-hmm.
no particular defined time period.
Yeah, they contradict themselves in this document. I mean, you can't say that viewers can jump into any episode and not need to know what happened before. When later you say, "Oh, well, we're gonna see characters doing stuff over time." So instead of like, cutting to an episode, we drop into an episode where they had built a raft. We're gonna see them build the raft over time, and it's kind of like, well, yeah. Then that means if you drop into the third episode of them building the raft, you need to know the first two episodes why they decided to build the raft. So
Exactly.
they do contradict themselves with how they're trying to pitch this.
Yeah, like they say here, audiences won't tune in to find out our characters have built an elaborate treehouse. We'll watch them build it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But then it's like, but then you have to, if you do tune in and they're done building it, then you,
Yeah,
then you,
or if you tune in to the end when they built it, you don't know whose idea it was to build it. You don't know why they're trying to build it. You don't know, So it's kind of like, yeah, you do need to have seen the previous episodes.
exactly. Like if they didn't watch it, then yeah, they will tune in to find that they built a treehouse. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Like it's. I mean, literally. I don't know. It's strange that the previous question was so much opposed to what they're saying here.
Hmm.
But what they say here is fairly accurate. I would say that they continued this idea until pretty late. I mean, even season 6 has this kind of format. I mean, it's not quite one day, one episode, but it's you know each episode covers a fairly short time period.
Yeah.
And with the flashbacks accepted, and they did have the 3-year gap, you know. But when we were seeing time progress, it was usually on that scale of something like 24, I guess.
Hmm.
But more spread out, of course. Wasn't one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I would say this one is less lie filled than the previous one.
The lie quotient is lower.
Yes, exactly.
The LQ. Um. So the next part about what is the island is pretty interesting.
Yes.
So they mentioned, limitless possibilities. In one story, our group finds what seems to be a Nazi bunker. Oh,
Remember that episode?
yeah, remember that episode where they found Hitler's lost bunker, and it's like this is where he went after the war. Yeah, I thought that was great. I was like, why didn't we get a Nazi bunker episode?
I know. I know.
We got close with Jughead. We were in that time period, but
Yeah.
we didn't actually get any Nazis. Which
No.
which I have to say was probably the only thing missing on Lost.
Yeah, they totally forgot Nazis.
Forgot Nazis.
Um, let's see. Yeah, they talk about the mythology being compartmentalized as opposed to interconnected, which I think is sort of true. It's kind of an interesting idea, but I feel like most mythology is that way. I would think even the X-Files is that way to some extent. Not that I've seen it, but I feel like it's hard for it not to be that way. You have this piece and that piece, and they sort of fit together, but you can also think about them by themselves. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I see what they're saying. I mean, there's separate mythologies, right? That
Yeah.
might interconnect, but not necessarily interconnect. The Dharma mythology is different than the like the military that was in on the 50s. Like
Yeah,
they're
that's
kind
true.
of separate, and
That's true. And the
so
others
and the
that
yeah yeah
Jacob.
it's interesting to put it that way, but I think that's mostly true, and I think that
Yeah.
helps them with not having a huge interconnected mystery where like you got to start with the Losties and then backtrack to Dharma and then backtrack to the
Right.
50s and then backtrack to the 1800s, then
Yeah.
backtrack to to the mother episode to really figure out what's going on. I mean, you don't have to follow that line to get all the pieces because none of them fit together.
No, I think that's true. But actually, I think some of the weakest points in the mythology are places where you have interconnections. I think that actually causes a lot of problems. Some of the places where you have this one mythology, you have another mythology, you establish a link, but then it creates problems.
like specifically with the others in the 50s, with
Yes,
others in the 70s.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, the others in Dharma, the others in Jacob, the others in the Smoke
I'm
Monster.
to see a pattern here.
It's always the others, I know.
The others.
It really is. Yes, I have big problems with the others, but yeah, but I think that's well, yeah, you have the donkey wheel, and the smoke monster. Like there's a lot of these points where things collide, and those are maybe some of the most some of the most mishandled mysteries, I would say.
Yeah.
Um,
They do.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
I was just gonna say they do point out. Let's see. Series of discoveries was suggest the place was occupied by a corporate think tank slash military contractor,
Yeah.
which, as we can guess, turned out to be Dharma.
Definitely seems like Dharma. They talk about vast underground complexes for
Yeah.
cutting edge experiments.
I thought it was interesting that they went from this idea of a corporate think tank to the De Groots, sort of being the foundation of Hanzo. It's sort of instead of it being this like corporate or military interest, like I mean, obviously Hanzo backs everything, so that's the corporate side that's kind of
Right.
backing things.
There is a corporate element, but
But
it's also
but you have this like hippie
yeah.
group that is starting this whole concept. So I thought that was kind of interesting little take
Yeah.
too.
More of a like utopian idealist, let's save the world
Yeah,
attitude rather than what they're implying here, which is more like
secret military experiments and just
weapons or
profit.
something,
Yeah.
know.
Which I think that the other side of that is Widmore.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah. He's definitely got that element as well. And yeah, that's so yeah. So they did sort of have that idea of the sort of evil corporate, entity that's that wants to take the island and do something bad with it. But they, of course, Widmore. I mean, well, Widmore connects with the others, so of course there's a problem.
Of course it is.
And he sent around, I don't know, and he sent around people to kill those 86, or maybe he didn't. I don't know. He didn't know what he was doing.
Listen, Jacob told him to be a good guy, and he was like, "Okay, fine, I'll be a good guy.
Right, whatever.
I'll be a good guy now."
Why
You
not?
you didn't tell me what to be before,
It's true.
so
It's true.
I was bad, but now you want to be good? Fine.
He didn't think I have to. Yeah, and they also say complexes, the underground complexes that we'll discover and ultimately inhabit, which is true.
Yep.
And also reveal the source of the mysterious French transmission from the pilot, and that also happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, not that it's. I mean, well, the place where it's being transmitted at least was connected to that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was interesting that they're kind of predicting season 2 already.
Yeah.
Before the pilots even aired.
So the next big thing here is they said the beauty of this long and storied past is that one thing has nothing to do with the other. There is no quote ultimate mystery which requires solving. Well, I wish you guys would have told us that in the beginning. Man, I mean, hours and days and years of our lives down the
Mm-hmm.
drain of just trying to solve this ultimate mystery. Like, perchance, the question mark in the middle of the blast door map being
Indeed.
an ultimate mystery.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about Alias and the Rambaldi mythology, and but they say they didn't really want to do that, yet they kind of did it anyway. But with
Even more so.
even more so, but yet they didn't actually. There still was no ultimate mystery that required solving. There was
Yeah.
an mystery,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it didn't require solving because there was no real answer that
Yeah.
gets you anything tangible.
Yeah. I mean, I think it sort of compares to Alias in that a lot of the characters didn't really care about the mystery,
Mm-hmm.
um, and some of them did. Uh, in contrast to Alias, the characters who did care about the mystery on Lost seemed to die. so
Oops.
and so that kind of put I don't know, a damper on the whole like solving mystery thing. I think the ultimate mystery was what's the island like, you know,
Yeah.
where where do all these strange things emanate originally, and they gave a sort of quote unquote answer for that, but I think that was just for the audience. I mean, I don't think it really was a function of the show that anyone was like, we got to figure out the answer to this
Mm-hmm.
mystery. That never became a thing. Um, I think it's interesting that they mention Alias. I don't know if those of you out there listening to Lost Lowdown have seen Alias. I would recommend that you watch it. It's a pretty good show. I would say Alias is much more of a procedural show than Lost.
For sure. Yeah.
Which is funny that they they talk about we're not going to be like Alias with this mythology stuff when they were just literally
Mm,
even way more in that direction than Alias was. And I do think the Rambaldi thing on Alias, if you're looking for the ultimate, reveal on that, it's as disappointing as Lost is. I
mm-hmm.
have to warn you, in good conscience. But I still think the show's worth watching. I still think
Mm.
it's a lot of fun,
You
and there's a
you
lot
you
of
do get at least the Rambaldi stuff does come to a tangible conclusion
that's
that
true.
actually has implications for the characters.
Yes.
I will give it that, but yeah, besides that, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, yeah. But I remember Damon Lindelof saying that the network was not happy with the Rambaldi stuff on Alias. They thought that
Are you
that was
saying they weren't happy with the Rambaldifications?
indeed.
I want to do an Alias podcast just so I can use that word all the time.
Rambaldification. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, because J.J. Abrams, of course, was involved with Alias, I think actually he was more involved with Alias than he was with Lost.
Hmm.
I think he actually spent time, like, running that show, um, and writing more episodes and stuff like that. Um, but uh, since he was coming on for this new show, I think that was the main reason the network was worried that it was going to go down that same road. But what David Lindelof said was that he knew the network didn't want this, and JJ knew it too. But he said that when they talked about the show, privately, I mean, the first thing JJ said was like, there has to be mysteries. The island has to be really weird.
Hmm.
And even though like that's really not what the network wanted. So from the beginning, apparently, like it was the plan that that it would be like that. But they definitely didn't want to. They didn't want to sell that part because they knew the network didn't want to hear about it. Um, I yeah. I think uh, it's really a point in time here. This whole Alias reference. I think if they had done the show a few years later, it wouldn't have been necessary to say that.
Hmm. All right. Let's see. So the next part here talks about the monster, and they talk about real world explanations for the seemingly bizarre. Um, so
Yeah, so the question here is, what about that quote unquote monster? How the hell do you sustain that over 100 episodes? Cut to the cut to the DVD set.
cut to the what?
Cut to the box set. Cut to the last episode. I don't know. Like
Mm,
it goes on a long time.
yeah, yeah.
That's my point. It's like there's like an hour left in the series before the monster thing is resolved. So yeah, the answer is okay. Wait, what do they actually say?
Well, they talk about the monster might have man-made origins, and presumably scientific explanations. Um, but one of the things that was interesting is they suggest, to the executives here, that the monster could be an elaborate security system designed to protect yet undiscovered facilities. So not only is that sort of true, but that's obviously postulated in the show itself by
Yes.
a particular French woman who we all know and love.
Yes.
So I thought that was kind of interesting that they were like, yeah, our first idea for this thing is it's a security system.
Definitely. Definitely. I think that that was definitely a true answer, or at least they seriously considered making that a true answer at some point. And it was going to be a Dharma thing, and that's how we can understand the fences and the Cerberus fence and so on. Like maybe it got out of control,
Hmm.
but that was originally, what it was supposed to be, and that totally makes sense with, a lot of the stuff that happens early on. Um, and there was supposed to be a Russo Dharma connection too, as they kind of implied earlier. Um,
Can I interrupt real quick and say, I was just thinking about Smokey, God, and I just thought, it might have been interesting if they would have left. Smokey is a secure because obviously it's like, yeah, we're gonna have our first idea of what Smokey is, but then they're gonna have to develop it further than that, new revelations. So we think it's
yeah,
a security system. It appears to be a security system. It is to a small degree, but then there's something more than that. So the more than that is it's related. It's tied to Man in Black. So
yeah,
it just hit me that they could have kept Man in Black in the cabin and
mhm,
had the ash around the cabin and had
mhm,
him physically unable, in human sort of form, humanish form, unable to leave the cabin, but
mhm,
Smokey is the version of him that can actually leave.
mhm,
And then it's not until he does the loophole to get inside Locke's body where he actually can be in human form and then actually leave the island too.
mhm,
So it'd been interesting if they tried to just have Smokey be a different version. Kind of like the idea of it's his pet or something, but
yeah,
that he can actually control and see through Smokey. So when Smokey is analyzing somebody, that's actually Man in Black analyzing them from
right,
Jacob's cabin or something.
yes,
And I was just
yes.
like, they could have maybe tried to work with that, but
Oh, I totally agree. I feel like that is almost true, like what you're saying.
mm-hmm.
It's just that it's not.
It's
I
not.
mean, I mean, people had that theory, or at least there were theories that were very close to that. Some of those people were me, and
I'm familiar with you. I've seen you very much.
and yeah, like even really late in the game, I was really trying to come up, and other people were doing this too. It's not all me, but like for
Maybe
me,
the
I
other
was,
people were me.
and yes, some of those people were you. Yeah, like trying to come up with a way, especially I think before season 6, like before it became clear that because they burned the cabin, like they were never gonna talk about it again.
Mm.
Um, I was really trying to come up with a way where like you know, to make sense of the circle, the ash, and the cabin, who was in there and what they were doing, and how that fit with the smoke monster, and like that is really close to the idea that I had, you know, and I feel like it makes sense with a lot of what we saw,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um, I think there's also a confusing bait and switch between Jacob and the Man in Black, which is why
Yes.
it's Jacob's cabin, even though it's fucking creepy and it's more like the Man in Black's in there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we literally never see Jacob in there, even though it's Jacob's cabin.
Jacob's cabin. Yeah. Jacob's like, I was never there.
Yeah, exactly. What cabin? There's a cabin?
Cabin. I could have been living in a cabin this whole time.
I know. Wow. That sounds better than this statue. It doesn't even have a roof anymore. Yeah, so I totally agree. I wish they had done that, but that's, you know, I mean, one of my greatest regrets, if you put aside the others, and of course the others fit into this in a way because of course you have Ben leading Locke to the cabin for
Mm-hmm.
inexplicable reasons. Um, I really do wish they had. I wish they had made the smoke monster story make sense. That would have been nice.
Yeah. For plot to make sense, yeah, that'd be great.
I would have loved that. Um, yeah, so I think what they say here is kind of true that I mean that was the way they kept it going. I mean they just didn't show him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he would only come, you know, after season 1, he would only come like once, maybe twice a season.
Yeah.
And what they say here is the group. Okay, what they say here is the group, as the series progresses, the group begins to figure out the rules of the monster, locations and times of day that are safe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's not really true as they stated
Yeah,
it.
and I think that would have been cool, and I think the audience kind of feels that that might happen on the show when you're going through it. Like, oh, maybe you can figure out
Yeah.
what to do. Especially when Locke kind of encounters it and it behaves
Mm-hmm.
a little differently. But
Yeah.
yeah, they never quite get to this point of the rule, and that might be due just to the fact that it becomes not a security system that's based on rules,
Right.
but an entity
Completely
that
independent
yeah, exactly.
consciousness. Yeah. He could just do whatever he wants, basically, like within the bounds of the rules, but not these rules.
So
It's
many,
other rules.
so many rules on this show.
See, but I think already you can see here the sort of kernel of this idea of rules governing the monster.
Hmm.
You know that they did continue with. It's just that it didn't take the form they
Well,
describe
he
here.
he changed the rules.
He changed the rules
He changed
exactly.
the rules. That'd be great for Ben to say. Ben's like he changed the rules. Not Whitmore, the smoke monster.
And I think another thing about this that stuck out to me is that the characters never really figure out any of these rules. I mean, I guess there's like one or two characters that know about the Ash and one or two characters that know about the Sonic fence, but beyond that, I don't think they ever really they ever really learn very much about these rules. It's really just the audience, and I think that's a thing they said at a certain point in the show. Like Damon said, and I think this must be the product of a meeting of the writers behind the scenes. Every time we see the monster, we're gonna learn something new about it, you know.
Hmm.
And I feel like that's kind of like what they're describing here, where you sort of figure out, you know, step by step stuff about it, you know. I think each one of those reveals ended up being very confused and problematic, but like they did at least have that idea there of, you know, oh, Ben can control the smoke monster. That's what we learn,
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
like, well, okay.
Or this is
Not
how
really.
this is how you call it.
Yes,
This is how
exactly.
this is how it gets summoned. Yeah, not really.
Not really, but you quote unquote learn that, you know.
Hmm.
You learn that it can scan people and memories and stuff. You learn that the fence stops it, and you learn, I mean, those kinds of things happen. But you learn it's responsible for the infection and Russo's team and stuff like that. Like you learn things, but
There's a Alanis Morissette song called "You Learn," and now it's in my head because you keep saying "you learn."
you learn. you. Because they're describing here the characters learning things, and I feel like it's really more the audience where that applies,
Because
because
the
I feel like
characters don't care at a certain point.
they just don't. They just don't. It's like, as long as the smoke monster's not like in my face trying to kill me, I'm not gonna try to investigate like
Hmm.
how it goes or why it works. Like, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna worry about that at all.
So, do you have anything else on this page here?
Uh, no, no. I think that's it.
So there's a couple more pages about the sets and the guest stars and stuff. I don't really have any specific things to bring up until we get to the characters section. So if you have anything
Okay.
else, we can talk about that, or we can just skip to the characters part.
No, I have. Sorry, guys. I got plenty of things to say. Or do I? We'll find out. I have some things to say.
Okay.
So the next question is, what about the other crash survivors? Are they just hanging around all the time?
Mm-hmm.
And then they say, of the 47 survivors referenced in the pilot, we only meet 14. The other 33, well, we'll certainly begin to wonder who they are and what they're up to after a while. And that's why they're all disappearing.
Because we wonder what's up with them, they're disappearing.
Were you ready for that? Because I wasn't.
Yeah. Don't you remember season 1 when everyone started disappearing who wasn't the 14 main people?
Yeah. So, and then they say, it's our intent that by the third episode, fourth at the latest,
Uh-huh.
the unspeaking masses will officially vanish under extremely mysterious circumstances. Of course, the sudden and unexpected reduction of their numbers puts even more strain on those left behind, not to mention an ongoing fear that they may be next. Of course, any of these 33 could turn up later in the series with partial recollections of where they've been, but that's another story. So, so I find this extremely interesting for various reasons. First, I think it's sort of uh, pre. It's sort of an early kernel of the kidnappings that happen.
Yes.
When the others take the children, and Cindy, I think, is the spokesperson for what they're talking about here. But you also had Claire being taken and coming back. You had Michael being taken and coming back with Walt, obviously, and they all had this, some of these partial recollection thing going on. But they did not all disappear. It didn't quite go that far.
Yeah.
That would have been much more extreme, I think. Um, but they sort of kept to this idea. But I think another thing that I think is interesting about this is I feel also here the kernel of Nikki and Paolo, like like the idea of, at a certain point, and they said this, you're gonna wonder, like, what are these other people doing?
Yeah.
Like, who are they? Like are they just sitting there the whole time? Like, that's, and that is a natural question that they're already considering. The pilot is the only episode,
Yeah.
and they're worrying about that, and so I see the kernel of that sort of being born here, because that's a different way of addressing what they're saying. Instead of having everyone disappear, they take some characters from us, quote unquote, from the red shirts, and they give them a story, and they sort of, by showing their story, imply something about how the other characters were viewing, the main plot that we're only seeing from the point of view of the main characters of the show.
Yeah.
Another thing is that I really think it was a turning point in the show when they do kind of what they're describing here, not a disappearance, but at the beginning of season 5, when they basically kill off all the red shirts in
Mhm.
the others attack when they're timed when they get the arrows in the chests,
Flaming arrows,
including
please.
including famously Frogurt because he can't get fire. Um, and I
Here's
I
some
think
fire for you.
yeah, exactly.
The only
And
thing
I
worse would have been Donald Trump somehow showing up on the island and going, "You're fired," and then
fired.
and then he gets the flaming arrow.
Oh my god.
They
Oh
wanted
my
to
god,
make
I
that
wish.
happen, and they couldn't figure out how to write that.
Oh my god. It was so sad. You're fired. I'm what?
Yeah, exactly. When was I hired? And now I'm dead.
No, but I do think that for me, it was like psychologically, even though like the main characters are always a focus, and those are the people I really cared about, of course. I mean, that's how TV works, right? You don't care about the characters that they don't put any attention to. But, you know, it's kind of obvious.
Humans are
But
just weird that way. Yeah.
but I think at the same time, I mean, once they killed off the red shirts, uh, I think the show changed. Like, it had a different scale and sort of sense of focus. I think because there was this group, it felt sort of grander, I guess, what was going on, because it felt like what was at stake was not just their lives, but this whole group. And so I feel like because that them getting rescued and the idea of saving the group from the others and other various threats and stuff like that, I feel like that gave it a kind of scope that once they killed them off, it scaled down a lot and it became very personal
Mhm.
in terms of the main characters. And I think the tone of the show sort of changed with that, and I sort of missed that more epic quality that the show had in the early days when it felt like more was at stake from what they were doing, even though of course saving the world is supposed to be at stake at the end. But putting that aside, um, I do think that it it added something to the show that the red shirts were there for so long,
Yeah.
even though they didn't really do anything.
I think it makes sense for them to be written off the show at the end, and when it really should get more personal. It's the heroes and the villains really coming to a head. And that's what happens in any story. Really is at the end of the story, the protagonist has to fight the battle themselves, and their sidekick characters and the mentor characters and these sort of other supporting characters don't usually go into that part of the battle. So it kind of makes sense that they whittled the characters down at the end when things were kind of coming to a head, and versus doing it at the beginning, which might have been interesting to see. But yeah, having it's kind of a double edged sword. I mean, I totally agree with what you said. Having the other red shirts really filled out the show and made it and gave it some more atmosphere. But it would have been interesting to see the bulk of them having disappeared very early on,
Yeah,
and really just having our main 14 or whatever people to deal with, and that way every single one of these people can really be plugged into what's going on.
yeah,
And you have all of them doing something. So Claire just can't really sit around and take care of Aaron because we need someone to help build something now
right.
because we don't have these red shirts to just build everything and do everything. So it would have been interesting to see what that would have looked like, and then we would have had a lot more potentially a lot more crash survivors becoming others,
Yeah,
and presumably the others being the ones who took them,
that would be the
and
obvious
and,
answer.
and
Yeah,
then having instead of having just Cindy be kind of the quintessential Losty who became another, we would have had a whole group of them who were survivors who got taken to the other's team. So
right.
it would have been interesting. But yeah, I think they my assumption is this whole idea of them disappearing. They realized logistically it makes sense to have red shirts. Like I said, it fills out the atmosphere and it gives, who's gathering food, who's gathering water,
Right.
who's making the shelters. Like, okay, it can't be
Yeah.
Jack and Kate and Sawyer because they're off on a real mission.
Right.
So logistically it makes sense, and I think also they realized it probably would have been hard and it would have been too overwhelming potentially to have this huge mystery hanging over the show if 33
Right.
people go missing very early on. That's the main thing you're focused on more than if you're going to get rescued, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be huge. I mean, that's like the majority of their group
Hmm.
at that point. And even if it's none of the series regulars, it's still, something you have to spend time on. Like they can't just move on with their lives after, 3/4 of the group disappears.
Yeah.
you know so yeah, no, I like that idea as a mystery, and the idea of them joining the others, like, that totally works for me. I think I might have preferred something like that to the flaming arrow deaths. And also I think the 316 survivors get the same kind of treatment,
Hmm.
where they're just once their purpose has been served in the eye of the writers, they're just killed off kind of unceremoniously, and no one speaks of them again. You know, and to me that was kind of unfortunate. I sort of, not that I cared about them personally, but I kind of wish the show took them a little more seriously.
Well, and it was a bit disappointing for all those people to just be collateral damage.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And like none of the main characters really commented on it, and it just sort of bothered me. It just felt very functional, like it serves a purpose and you see why they're doing it, but they didn't take that seriously, the consequences of it. They didn't make it matter very much, and it just, because it did matter to me earlier in the series, it sort of bothered me, the casual. And I even got invested in the 316 uh, plight. I thought that was fairly interesting. So I thought it was kind of unfortunate that they just were like, no, having another group on Hydra Island while all this other shit's while we're trying to end the show is just too much. Like, kill those people now.
Hmm.
Let them all be dead so that we can just focus on the things that we care about. You know. Whereas I sort of like the idea of them being dropped into this crazy drama. I
Yeah.
thought that was kind of cool, and we got a little of it in season 5. With them like exploring the Hydra station, um, and meeting some of our characters, getting involved in some of their, but of course that's how they end up dead. So that's just how it goes. Okay, so that's the end of what I have to say about the red shirts. So now the sets. What did I want to say about the sets? I don't have a lot to say about the sets. The thing about this, they talk about. I guess TV shows in general have a home set, like a main place where you see pretty much every week, and where all the characters will be a lot of the time.
Hmm.
And what they say in here is they have to relocate. Like, they realize that they can't stay on the beach, and for the reasons that they literally say in the show. Um, and that place was the cave. That's sort of what they describe here. They also describe them relocating to this underground complex, which is the hatch.
Hmm.
Um, but really, the cave thing didn't work because they just didn't like how it looked, and so they just decided to gradually not show it anymore.
And I'm really glad they didn't really have this home set, and besides the beach, they
The
didn't really have
beach is
this
the
sort of a
closest.
set that they create. Because that would have been, I mean, obviously the cave was like that. I mean, it was very stilted.
Yeah,
It felt very unnatural, and we don't. It it didn't. I'm glad that's one of the smart changes they made. Is getting away from that.
yeah,
And then having the Swan Station be sort of a home set for season 2, and kind of having little things like that, but not some one main place. Um, that's a big set.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the Swan Station set looks good. You know,
Yeah,
which
that works.
it's large. It has various parts, and
And they're
there's a
not gonna.
lot of.
Yeah, but they're not gonna be there for 6 seasons.
That's the other thing. If they were there for 6 seasons, it would get old.
Yeah.
But for one season, it totally
Because then
works.
you're gonna have somebody go. Kate and Claire like, we should redecorate the swan.
Mhm.
We should paint.
I don't want to see that episode.
You don't.
No. No, please, please, please.
It'll be just like an episode of Alias. You sure?
I don't remember the episode of Alias where they redecorated the SD6 office.
Missed that one. You missed that.
I guess I skipped it. Oh well. It didn't sound like I missed much.
Yeah.
So I just thought this was interesting because it's another thing that they're sort of planning for that they really did do in a way. It didn't quite work out the way they're envisioning here, but I think they are, you know, uh, more or less honest here in this thing about the set. And then let's see here. They talk about the series regulars, and they talk about how they're going to deal with having so many main characters.
Yeah. It's all about balance. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and what they say is literally what they do, which is the stories will feature a smaller number of the characters. What they don't quite say here is the centric thing, that it'll be one character getting a flashback and then two or three others that are involved in the main story.
The main island.
But I think what they say here is fairly accurate. Like that's how they do it, and that's how one does it on a show with a large cast.
That is how it is done.
You don't have 14 characters having significant plot points in one episode.
Yeah.
Like that just doesn't happen. I do think they splintered off a bit more than I wanted sometimes later on in the show. But I think this is just necessary. I thought it was interesting that they actually calculated there's 78 different combinations of scenes between two people.
Yeah, it was interesting that they did that calculation. Yeah.
I was amused by that. Because it wasn't necessary for them to actually figure that out, but it's true, and they probably did all 78 at some point in the show. And yeah, that's sort of selling the thing. So I think that's all I have to say about that.
I would like to know, actually, we should do that. I want to actually go make the 78 combinations and see if they missed any.
Write them down and check them off. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We could do that. Oh, of course we have to allow for the fact that some of the characters die, and so, we have to decide which characters we're going to include, I guess. But because the ones they're talking about here, they didn't all make it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's fine if they didn't get a combo because somebody died, but I'm curious to see, it's like, did Jack never talk to Saeed and we just never realized it?
Yeah.
The scene together, we never really, I wonder if there's some weird thing like that where some character never actually talked to this other character.
Yes. No, I know Lostpedia has some trivia like that. I know I've seen episode pages where they say, like, this is the first scene between Ben and Desmond or something like that,
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely cases where it didn't happen for a fairly long time. But I would guess that by the end of the series, more or less all the combinations should have happened.
Yeah.
But I thought that was cool. Okay, so then they talk about guest stars. Okay, yeah, I don't particularly have anything to say about that. They of course have guest stars. That's not a surprise. Then finally they say the final question is, seriously though, what's up with that polar bear? And the response is, "We're not telling. Sorry." I thought that was funny because it's they talk about the polar bear like multiple times in this thing, and I know that that was a big question after the pilot, and also like a question that continued to be thrown at David and Carlton even after they answered it. Um, it's kind of funny because it doesn't really have a spectacular answer.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well, what can it be? Someone brought them there.
Mhm.
You know, uh, it's not crazy, but they sell it here like it's the most interesting mystery on the show, which I
Yeah,
find
like we'll
strange.
speculate on the smoke monster, the monster
Yeah,
in the jungle, but we're not gonna even speculate on the polar bear. Like you just don't get it.
exactly. Whereas the smoke monster is the ultimate thing on the show. Like he's revealed to be sort of the main antagonist of the entire series, and his death is essentially the end of the on island story. The polar bear thing is resolved by like season 3.
They're not
you
telling.
know it's like it just seems so off balance there. Anyway, I was just amused by that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm ready for the characters now.
All right. Characters. So the first thing on this page is the first words etched on the blank whiteboard in the writer's room were these: character first.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Well, again, I wish you guys would have told us that. That would have saved us some time on speculating about big mysteries. We could have just been like, "Well, hey, character first."
May 2004, guys.
Yeah, character first.
So for anyone who was saying that when they were saying in season 6 that it was about the characters, that was something they came up with later, clearly they had that idea from the beginning.
That was literally their first idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they say. And so, I think, but honestly, I think that any show that's going to sustain itself over, 2, 3, 4 seasons or more, uh, the characters really do have to be a central focus. I mean, I think if you don't care about the characters,
Hmm.
then the show is going to fail.
Yeah,
Pretty much guaranteed. If it lasts that long. A miniseries, maybe one season, you can kind of squeak by with an interesting plot and interesting stories and flat characters. But I think for years and years and years, if you don't care, it's going to be a problem.
yeah, for sure.
So I think that's a very practical thing to focus on for making a show sort of sustainable in the long run.
Hmm. So yeah, at the end of the day, Lost will sink or swim purely on the merit of its characters. Yeah, so they were really big on characters here.
Yes. Yes.
So let's go. So they have these little bios for each of the main characters, which are they're pretty much all spot on. They really had these people fleshed out already, which is pretty interesting to see.
Yes.
Um, Specifically with Jack, they talk about his tattoos right off the beginning,
Mhm.
which is pretty crazy to me that they're even considering that being a part of his character. Um, you know, the fact that the actor they cast has tattoos became part of the character's
Mhm.
backstory, and not just like, oh, well, we might use that or not use that. It's kind of like, no, it's part of his story now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. May 2004, they're talking about what's the explanation for the tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
That is kind of amazing. I agree. Yeah. If if they only knew how bad the episode is going to be where they explain them.
Oh.
They have no idea what horrible door they're opening there. But it's interesting. They say much of Jack's past is shrouded in mystery. I feel like that's a little bit of a strange way to put it. But definitely the way they describe his character traits is Very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't decided why he went to Australia, seemingly, which is interesting.
Wait, why do you say that?
Because they say Jack's reason for being in Australia uh, was. Oh, you're right. No, sorry, they do say that.
Yeah, I mean they don't say that they don't have an answer. They just say he doesn't like to talk about it.
Right. Sorry. I misread it. They don't say it's his dad, but that's the only thing
Yeah.
that they haven't defined here. But yeah, it's someone who has long defined his path. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. So this is. I mean, it's good. I mean, you can see it in the pilot. They definitely know who the character is.
Mm-hmm.
It's also true for Kate.
Kate is a
Um,
runner who has nowhere to run. I couldn't have put that better myself.
Never were truer sentence spoken.
Really? I mean, it's like Kate's a woman, check, and she's a runner with
Yes,
nowhere to run.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and they talk about her commitment issues, her being a fugitive, and how that formed who she is, and the fact that now that she's stuck on the island and sort of unable to run, the way that creates a conflict for her.
So
And
it's pretty interesting to me because some of this crystallized a lot of things for Kate to me that I hadn't really put together before. So this whole, I mean, this ties in her. You know, I know she was born to run. You know,
hmm
it's an episode about it, and or three or four, and I knew
yeah,
she's the daughter of a military guy. She moved around a lot, and I knew
mhm,
she didn't want to commit to the guy that she was going to marry and all that stuff. But I didn't realize these were all related to a central issue, and how one, her growing up and never putting down roots, and I guess you would say her relationship with her father, and then later her stepfather,
yeah,
really put her in the situation in terms of her relationship with men, and then that calls into question her relationship with Jack and Sawyer, and why she kind of acts the way she does with those two guys, and it's like I never really thought Kate as someone who has commitment issues as just a clear cut thing, and it's like
yeah,
now that I see it written, it's like, oh, okay, now I understand that. Yeah, that's definitely true.
yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. And there's several uh, beats in her story that illustrate that.
Yeah.
And some of that is, people found frustrating. I think that's one of the things people found frustrating about the character, the way she would sort of waffle from one thing to another.
Yeah, and who knew that was on purpose? Like they're showing her character traits. It just so happens they're uninteresting character
Right.
traits.
That's true. That's true. It doesn't really make for a compelling character, but it's definitely clearly realized.
Yeah.
And they did enact this plan that they have for her here.
Hmm.
Um, in a pretty thorough way.
Yeah, and it's just these little blurbs are well written too. Her crime itself remains a mystery, a fact made even more intriguing by her refusal to apologize for it.
Mm-hmm.
Love that. And she's a free spirit who has problems with authority. Now finds herself free for the first time in years. Dot dot dot. But only as free as the island's coastline.
Yep.
Okay, cool, good stuff. So we go to Charlie, who, yeah, they really nail him. One of the things I thought was interesting that I never really put together before, was his need for family,
Yeah.
which really ties into why he's interested in Claire and Charlie, and kind of making that whole thing work. Did I say Charlie? I meant Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
the baby,
I
and
knew who you meant,
yeah,
but yeah.
and this idea. Let's see. It says, trapped on the island, Charlie faces not only the specter of violent, the specter, wow, of violent drug withdrawal.
Yeah.
That's a specter,
Suspector.
but also the possibility of resuming his role as the consummate sideman, maybe someday becoming a trusted aide to Jack and finding in the castaways the family he once thought he had found in his band. So I thought that was pretty interesting. This idea that Charlie's kind of searching for family. I never really put that together. I mean, they make it, you know, this isn't clear in the blur, but you know, obviously Liam is his brother, and he's
Right.
the guy who causes him the most grief in the band. Um, so literally, they made the band his family. Like it wasn't just a metaphor.
Yes.
It literally made that his family. That was pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And also this idea of him being a side person, a side man, they say, because he was that in the band too. Like he was the
Yeah,
bass player,
yeah.
and
And he
they
is,
sort of
yeah,
made a point of that.
yeah. And you look at him helping Echo build the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You look at him and Locke, and he does
Absolutely.
try to buddy up to people and kind of be the sidekick.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. No, I never really made. I mean, they definitely talked about his family a lot, but I never really made the connection of that was part of the attraction of
Hmm.
Claire and Aaron, and more generally just being in the group.
Yeah, and specifically
On balance.
the fact that Liam left the band because to be with his family.
Yeah.
Charlie left without having a family, and now Charlie has the opportunity to have this family here, and it's like, wow, that's nice writing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how I in that case, and also to a certain extent with Kate, I kind of got that idea, but I never thought of it as a central thing about his character.
Yeah, exactly. His main kind of want and need as a character, like what is that? You know,
Yeah,
I never really figured what that was for all of these people. Like, what's their ultimate sort of goal? Besides, you know, they're besides getting off the island, right? But that's
exactly.
not really what their goal is. That's what
Right.
their want is, or whatever.
Yeah. Not in life.
Not in life, yeah.
Just yeah, for now, because they're trapped there.
So we get the explanation or the description of Sawyer, which is again spot on. He's the perfect anti-hero. Um, they talk about him forming a one-man black market with the stash.
Yeah, the stash. Oh my
Um,
god. They do mention that the note was a suicide note,
yep.
which was not what they ended up making it. I think what they did was a lot better, actually.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
but
since the side note, I was thinking they were kind of right because it was a murder note, but it was about someone
sure,
else's murder, not his own. So
right.
you know, they were close, but but not suicide, but it was about a death.
True. No. The spirit is correct. It's just interesting that they changed their mind slightly on that.
Yeah.
What the story would actually be. But yeah, you can totally see this idea. Um, uh, him going under the assumed names. Uh, him being what do they say here? He's an antisocial animal forced to be social, a combination that is dangerous to be in as it is fun to watch.
They're right.
Which is definitely true. Definitely true. I completely agree. They do talk about the black market. That does happen. You're right. Like you said, the stash. At a certain point, they drop it. Luckily, but
Yeah.
they definitely they're definitely calling that.
And
But
part
he
of
just
I was gonna say part of the stash in this whole black market thing is a result of him trying to resist being social and resist forming connections and attachments to these people. He wants, he
mhm,
wants a transactional connection. Like
right,
he doesn't want to do any favors. He'll trade you something. He doesn't do you any favors because then you're
right,
friends. Friends do,
right.
favors are for friends.
Exactly. But nonetheless, he gets pulled in.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's those scenes where he just is helpful, and over time he starts to care, and
Mhm.
it does annoy him. They also talk about him finding the right woman to reveal his softer side, which also kind of happens.
So yeah, I highlighted that because I'm like, that's season 5. I mean,
Yeah,
that this is he finds Juliet and he becomes a completely different person,
yeah,
and I thought that was pretty interesting. That
yeah,
they did kind of get there.
yeah, exactly. It took a while,
Mhm. Mhm.
but yeah. And he had already showed some of his softer side before that, but it was definitely a much more dramatic change
Yep.
that happened with Juliet and Dharma and him being LaFleur and all that. Like that was a huge shift.
Yeah. So then we go to Boone, which is again another spot on analysis here. So one of the things that they mentioned that I don't think was pointed out in the show is his dark secret. Well,
Mhm.
I guess we know his dark secret was his attraction to Shannon, but
Yeah.
this next part where it talks about being diagnosed with schizophrenia and managing his illness with therapy and antipsychotic medications and medications he stopped taking roughly a month before the crash.
Mhm.
I thought that would have been cool to see if Boone was going crazy on the island,
Yeah.
basically. That would have been interesting, especially with his storyline with Locke. That would
Yeah.
have been really interesting to see. And then Locke had been like, "Oh, Boone got hurt because he had a schizophrenic outbreak, and he fell off the mount,
mhm.
the cliff there." Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, and then it says here his sanity's going to slip, leading to a breaking point that will put him at odds with the others and make him an outright danger.
yeah,
Like yeah, that would have been interesting. I guess they decided not to go in that direction. I would say the closest they came to this idea of him being crazy was the episode where Locke gives him the paste or whatever and makes him have those hallucinations
oh, okay, yeah,
where he sees the smoke monster and Shannon dying and
hmm.
all that stuff. I feel like that's nodding in the direction of what they're talking about here.
I thought, well, yeah, I mean that's close, but to me that's also about his dark secret, right? About
Yes,
his acknowledging his attraction to Shannon or whatever.
absolutely.
But yeah, but the rest of the stuff is pretty spot on.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And I think because he ends up dying in a way as a plot device, I think they didn't get that much time to really explore his character that much, and so they didn't really get to the point where they could really tell us all this stuff and have him, go crazy and all that.
Hmm.
I mean, there was really no point when that could have happened a lot. But I do feel like having him, I mean, be a character like having these hallucinations. I mean, I think they didn't really do that very much you know, with other characters. So I do
Yeah.
feel like there's some little piece of what they're talking about here that kind of survived with that idea because most of the time people thought they were having hallucinations, but they actually were just seeing stuff that was really there.
Hmm.
Whereas the stuff he saw was actually hallucinations.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see him have a gradual breakdown over the course of the season and really be confused about what he's seeing and making up stuff and
Yeah.
being more susceptible to Man in Black's influence. That would have
Yeah.
been interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked that. I would have liked that. I mean, what they did definitely works, but it would have made Boone per se more interesting.
Like Boone's like, yeah, we found a hatch, and they'll be like, yeah, right, Boone. Good one.
Yeah,
Go take
whatever.
some meds, you crazy mofo.
Exactly.
And then Shannon's like, I'll look after him. I
Mhm.
gotta do all the
Mhm.
work now.
Come over here, Boone.
Speaking of Shannon,
Yes.
so rich bitch. They want to make her more complicated. I don't know if they succeeded. Uh, but the description's pretty spot on.
Mhm.
And the thing that the line I highlighted here was Shannon will be a constant catalyst for conflict in our new surroundings until she begins to fall for the one man on the island even less inclined to play nice than she is, Sawyer. And
What?
and as we all know, Sawyer and Shannon hooked up.
Oh, that's Shannon and Sawyer romance. That
Yeah,
was
I mean,
unforgettable.
screw you, Ross and Rachel. It's all about Shannon and Sawyer. Uh, yeah. So I thought that was interesting because I'm like that would have been a really natural hookup there, and it didn't happen.
Not at all.
Sawyer was
I,
not
I
interested.
I don't think it even happened a little bit. I mean,
No.
they had a scene together. I think I remember her
What,
going
and
to him for
Sawyer,
something in his
Sawyer called
stash.
him bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
That romance. What do you need, you rich bitch? And I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I can see why they were thinking that was a good idea. And I do know that actually it was Naveen Andrews who said that Saeed and Shannon should have a romance. And so that must have happened after this, that they decided to go that way. And once they did that, uh, and Sawyer ended up having a thing with Kate, which is another thing that they didn't talk about
Hmm.
here. So I think all of those factors sort of pulled Sawyer away from being available. And of course, Shannon died, so that was another.
And the other thing I thought, which makes sense to how they depicted the characters early on in this doc was the idea that she presumably went after Saeed versus Sawyer because Saeed made it clear what he could provide for her. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh
Sawyer
yeah,
Sawyer would have been hard to manipulate into
that's true.
doing anything in particular for her, and so I think that's what you kind of get out of Shannon's description here is she's big on manipulating guys into getting what she wants, and then them
Right.
doing stuff for her, and that's exactly kind of where it starts with Saeed.
That's true. That's
So
true.
they were the wrong guy, but it's still from a character perspective they're still right about what why she went after Saeed versus Sawyer.
Yeah.
All right, so then we go to Locke.
Oh my God.
I mean, they get everything right here. The line I highlighted here is, he has found his purpose, and that's not all. The others don't know what it is yet, but Locke has a plan.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he didn't have a plan.
He really didn't have a plan. He
His
still
plan
didn't
was
have
to try
a
to be
plan.
leader for as long as possible. That's about as much as of a plan as he could have thought of at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like up until that line, it's like dead on. I totally see it. I mean, they don't talk about his the wheelchair thing, but uh this whole once a faceless, unhappy office worker. Locke's only solace came from amassing knowledge of survival techniques, playing board games, and fighting paintball battles, all traits which made him quirky in civilization, but now allow him to shine on the island. For the first time in his life, people look to him as a leader, and he likes it. The plane crash is the best thing that ever happened to Locke, and in many ways, he views it as a sign. Like that's all totally true.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the idea that he has a plan, I totally see that in the early stages of the show. It feels like he has a plan. It feels like he's following some sort of path, and
I mean,
yeah,
his plan is to follow the signs that
yeah,
he thinks means he's on a path. That's as much of a plan as he has.
exactly.
I think it's really interesting that they didn't point out the fact that he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah,
But I guess wait, that's a reveal, right?
yeah. I think actually they hadn't
You don't
decided
know
that.
that in the pilot.
Yeah, I believe that it was when they wrote Walkabout that they decided
That's right.
to include that. And so yeah, I think at this point they hadn't decided that. But of course, the fact that he views the plane crash as the best thing that ever happened to him and as a sign, I think like if you're thinking along those lines, it's
Hmm.
totally natural to say that, some miracle happened to him when the plane crash happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that would, that would be a totally natural reason for viewing it that way, you know?
For sure. All right, so Saeed, pretty much spot on. The thing they get a little wrong is unable to stomach the moral ambiguity of his duties with the Republican Guard. Saeed deserted during the first Gulf War and defected to Australia.
Oh yeah, that didn't quite.
Yeah, not quite, not quite. That's
Well,
interesting though, but
yeah.
I mean,
I,
he was ready to defect, but that's only when Nadia came into the
yeah.
picture. And
Or
then
she's called here Talia.
Talia, yeah, pretty close, pretty close.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
And they do talk about Talia relocating to L.A., which was true.
Yes. Yes.
But the chronology's off. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and he only found out she was there like later on. So it's a little bit off, but like morally I think they definitely have the right ideas.
So let me get this. If I remember his backstory correct, they say here, he was in L.A. He was in Australia because he lived there because he defected, but then he was going to
Mhm.
LA to propose to Nadia slash
Yeah.
Talia. But really, he was in Australia because he was there to stop the bombing, right? He was undercover. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
He was undercover with the whoever CIA or something.
Yes.
And he
Exactly.
was trying to get his information from the terrorists.
Yes. Exactly. And the CIA were the ones who told him where Nadia was.
Yes, that was the carrot they were dangling in front of him.
Exactly. Exactly. And he didn't know that and before, and so yeah, that's why he yeah, so I guess I mean he was on the run, he was in with these people, and then the CIA approach him and say, you should go undercover with us because we know where Nadia is.
Yeah.
And so that's basically what happened. And it's like it's sort of what they're saying here. It's just they filled in more reasons for what's going on.
hmm Yeah, and this whole thing about his technological skills combined with his desire to seek and present the truth will put him in an invaluable position, and that's pretty spot on too. Like this,
Absolutely.
he is a truth seeker.
Yes. It's true. It's true. It's too bad that he kept saying we have to talk about this later because
Because they never get to talk about it.
exactly, and because like if they actually had the conversation, then yeah, like he will, and that's why also like it's too bad that he spends season 6 being quote unquote infected because I feel like that takes away some of that quality of,
Yeah.
wanting to know what's going on, and he ends up like not caring anymore,
Yeah.
and I think that, you know, it was unfortunate for the show and for the character that happens because it would have been nice if he could have asked a question or two. 'Cause there was some weird shit going down that he should have wanted to know about.
um, the last line here of all the castaways, his desire to get off the island is the strongest because it is driven by the noblest cause, love.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Little did I know, though, that it's gonna be Shannon in the end.
The love of his life is already on the island. Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. They did keep that whole romantic idea with him, though. I mean, that was definitely a big part of his character.
Yeah, if he had a free 5 minutes, he was hooking up with somebody,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
It's
That's an
true.
exaggeration, but it's true.
But it's not that far.
Yeah. Okay, so we go to Sun, who
Mm.
they say the daughter of a wealthy auto parts magnate. I don't think it was auto parts by the end of it.
Yeah, they never said it was auto parts.
Yeah,
I'm not sure they ever really said. I feel like Pike was kind of like Widmore in that.
yeah, it was like general corporate interest.
Yeah, yeah. Like maybe they did make auto parts, but that wasn't the only thing they did.
Yeah. So they talk about her exit strategy, wanting to leave Jin, learning English.
Yep.
They say she was going to plan to stay with a cousin.
Oh yeah, I see that. And also her skills with Eastern medicine may just be her ticket to a new life.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of had that idea
So they definitely
in the
she definitely
show.
used her skills on her medicine skills on the island.
Yeah, but they never made it in the
It wasn't
flashback.
like she was gonna get some job as an herbalist in LA or something
Yeah.
like. Um, I did like this line about Sun's evolution as an independent woman has officially begun.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, that scene when she takes off the towel or whatever, and she's in the bikini, and it was like,
Mm,
yes, son is,
woman's blasting, yeah.
I'm a woman. Look at me.
Hear me roar. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that definitely was the arc she was on. This was all like with those details accepted. I mean, this is all very accurate
Yeah, for sure.
in terms of what her arc was. They already have the secret of her learning English, unlike some of these others where they didn't quite have their big secret. Um, so this is all just they know who the character is.
Yeah. And Jin's is pretty spot on too. I didn't really highlight anything here. Everything was pretty accurate.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the inability to conceive. It's interesting to me that they have that here,
Hmm.
because that doesn't become an issue um, until much later. I mean, it's season 2 before they talk about it, and it's season 3 before it becomes really a thing, and it's
Yeah.
season 4 before the baby's born. So, I mean, it's a long term thing, but I guess it stuck out to me that they already had they already had that idea at this point.
And I find what I really find interesting is how Sun's inability to conceive is his issue to deal with. Whereas
Hmm.
in her description, that's not part of her issue.
Right.
You know, and I
Yeah.
find that interesting that it's, they specifically say Jin is preoccupied by what he considers a far greater betrayal, his wife's inability to conceive. So it's interesting that it's, it's not his inability to have a kid. That's not his problem. His
Yeah.
own biological problem is not the issue here. It's her biological problem that's the issue for him.
Right.
So I thought that was kind of interesting how they split up the kind of the underlying conflict here.
Right. And of course, in the end, they made it his problem.
And yeah, it became his problem.
So, which makes more sense. But of course, yeah, he didn't know that until he went to the island. So before that, he was upset about her problem. And you're right. Actually, that's a good point that I hadn't even thought about. There's not a word about that in Sun's description.
Yeah,
So
her thing is about learning English, it being her secret, and trying to having her exit strategy. But she's not preoccupied with her inability to have a kid.
exactly, yeah, and becoming independent. But yeah, like apparently that's not an issue for her at all.
Hmm.
Which is, yeah, that's kind of interesting.
So then we go to Hurley.
Oh, oh! You know what I found interesting here in Jin's description? Um, this last sentence really caught my eye. But when he realizes he must now rely on his wife, he must choose between attempting to regain her love or fall prey to the dangerous allure of the island's dark influence.
Yeah, what?
I thought that was a very strange sentence. I I don't really know what to say about it, but I just wanted to say it out loud because it was a weird one.
Yeah, I don't know what that even means.
I don't either. I don't either.
What is
It's
what is the
curious.
dangerous allure of the? Not only does the island have a dark influence, but it's a dangerous allure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's, I mean, most of this is really spot on, but I never really saw that struggle with Chin of falling prey to the dangerous allure of the island's dark
Hmm.
influence. I don't I never feel like it was a choice between Get Back with Sun or the island's dark influence.
Yeah.
Um,
You don't
you
remember when the
know,
island's dark influence showed up and was like, "Listen, it's either me or Sun. What do you choose?"
I mean, I think it's probably just a coincidence, but I do think it's interesting. He was there to witness the Rousseau thing when all the when they were all claimed and stuff. So
Hmm.
he did have like a certain close contact with the closest thing I would call to the island's dark influence.
Yeah, I don't know if they're trying to suggest that that period of time when he was when they were kind of on the outs with each other before he
Mhm.
really recommitted himself was that supposed to be the island's influence like making him mad and stuff, or
Mhm.
I don't know that yeah, but that comes out of nowhere. I don't think anywhere else in this document that they talk about the island's dark influence. Like they reference the monster and different
Mhm.
entities on the island, but not this whole general amorphous idea that the island has an influence.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like of all characters, I think Jin was one of the ones who like had the least amount of attraction to the island.
Yes.
Like I don't think he ever cared about the island one bit, and I think the whole time he was there, he wanted to leave. And he wasn't ever interested in it or attracted to it or anything like that. So it's very odd that that's in his description,
Hmm.
given that given the what actually happened to his character in the end. So I don't know what they really had in mind there. It points to maybe a slightly different way that his arc would develop, that maybe tied into the island more.
Yeah. We'll never know.
We'll never know, indeed.
All right. So Hurley.
Hurley.
Yeah, his was about half and half, right? I think.
Yes.
So they talk about his love of food and what does it say? And an amiable ability to wrest peace from the thorniest of family feuds. Well, that's very
Mhm.
specific.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't like people arguing, but I don't know if he has a great diplomatic skill or anything like that.
Yeah.
So they talk about Hurley having a career in asset recovery. He's a repo man, able to talk
Mhm.
anyone out of anything. And I think I can see the kernel of that idea in Hurley, but they totally went the other direction with him because he's way too conflict averse
Yeah.
to be a repo man or to be someone who's going to talk you out of something. He's way too easygoing and yeah, he just doesn't like conflict enough to have that kind of resolve. But I like the
Yeah.
idea. I like the idea that he could be that person.
Yeah. 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 I think yeah. At a certain point they have Jack say to Ben or Juliet, I don't remember who it was, at the beginning of season 3, when they ask him what he did off the island, and he says he was a repo man. I feel like that might have been a slight reference to
Mm.
this idea about Hurley that they had early on. Obviously, what they don't have here is the numbers and the lottery and all that stuff.
So they have this line that Hurley was in Sydney because of his work, pretty much, and
Yeah.
he had talked a former millionaire into turning over his yacht. So
Mhm.
I thought that was kind of interesting crossroads of ideas. This whole millionaire idea,
Mhm.
and the idea of a yacht.
Yeah.
Uh, you know,
Since there is a scene where a character gives a yacht to another
yeah,
character
exactly.
in a conversation, and it's Libby actually.
And it's Libby, yeah, and the idea that her husband could have been a former millionaire or something.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, no, it's weird how some of these ideas kind of lived on, even if this specific thing didn't come to fruition. But I think for the character that they had Hurley be, it made much more sense. Another thing they don't talk about here is the mental institution.
Hmm.
Um, and so I think those
Well, that's from
details.
the numbers, yeah.
Exactly. And so I think, but they could have said that even if they didn't know about the numbers.
Well, but I mean,
And
it's winning the lottery that sends them to the mental institution. So,
Yeah, no. I know. True. And I guess you had Boone being crazy.
yeah.
So they
Maybe
still
that's
had,
the thing too. They didn't want to have two crazy people. So
yeah,
once they said, "Oh, we're not going to give Boone craziness, we'll give that to Hurley," maybe.
yeah, yeah. I didn't really think of that when we were talking about Boone, but I guess Hurley's the crazy one.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
uh,
not, and that's the thing. He's not classically crazy, right? I mean, he doesn't have a chemical imbalance that's producing schizophrenia. He's
right,
supernatural. He's got supernatural powers plus supernatural events have happened that have
right,
challenged his notion of reality. So it's still different. But yeah,
right.
yeah,
In a way, like his reaction, you might just say it's a healthy reaction to the stuff that he's gone through and seen and stuff. I mean, it's crazy the stuff
well, I
he has.
guess Dave is really craziness.
Yes, Dave is craziness, but I think in general, the idea of being freaked out by the, you know, the numbers and all that stuff, it's, there's a logic there, I guess,
Yeah.
that I can sort of understand.
So they say on the island, Hurley would be the one who responds to all of the strangeness with the bewilderment of an average Joe. I don't think that's true. But this is a different Hurley because our Hurley has seen strange things before he gets to the island.
Yeah, it's true.
But they did say he's the primary source of our comic relief, which I think is definitely true.
Definitely true. But I also do think that even though he's not the average Joe, that isn't quite right. I do think there are times where he's the closest thing the audience has to some kind of surrogate who will say the thing that the
Yeah,
audience
yeah,
is thinking.
yeah, for sure.
So I feel like in that way it sort of works. The idea that they wanted the role they wanted him to fill.
Yeah,
Um, so I think, and yeah, he is definitely the comic relief. There's no question about that. It's interesting though that he was supposed to be a repo man. I try to think of him in the pilot and envision him as a repo man, and like I can't quite do it. I guess I can't get out of my head the stuff they tell us about him later.
hmm
But it
he's
just doesn't.
he's. I just feel like he's even from the pilot, he's too unsure of himself to really be someone who can talk you out of anything. Because that's Sawyer.
Yeah.
That's Sawyer's skill. So I mean, if Hurley's gonna come into this story with a skill like Sawyer, then they're gonna go head to head. And it's like, yes, Hurley can't compete against Sawyer in this kind of thing. And that would have been, being a repo man, you're interested in assets. That would have been
Hmm.
a direct conflict with Sawyer's stash.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we need something from Sawyer. Oh, well, have Hurley go talk to him because Hurley can talk anyone out of anything.
Right.
Like we would have had a scene like that, and I think you have to be really sure of yourself to have that kind of verbal ability. And I think even in the pilot,
Definitely.
Hurley doesn't really depict that.
Yeah. I think a big part of his arc, to becoming leader of the island is, by the end of the show, he sort of develops that confidence.
Hmm.
But yeah, he has to start off not having it, and he
Yeah.
really doesn't.
No.
And it takes years and years and years for him to start to stand up to characters and make decisions and stuff like that. And it's a big thing in season 6 that he starts doing things himself
Hmm.
and being looked up to some extent.
And I like this idea. They say unable to attend college
Oh
because
yeah, I saw that.
he is not what some may call book smart. So it's like not that he decided not to go, he just couldn't.
Yeah.
He was unable.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of strange. That's not really a plot point at all for
Yeah.
the Hurley I know.
There wasn't that episode where all of Hurley's college rejection letters washed up on the island, and he had to like look through all of these. And Kate's like, "Who would smuggle college rejection letters on a plane?" And then Son's like, "Kate, I don't know if you need to smuggle those." Uh,
It's just paper,
This
Kate.
is
Damn.
paper. You can bring paper on a plane as long as it's not sharp.
Exactly.
Uh,
Yeah, no, but it's interesting to try to imagine a show where Hurley is this person. It would have been different.
yeah, yeah, because it's like Ben shows up, and then they get Hurley to talk to him
Hmm.
because Hurley
Yeah,
can anyone
totally.
anything. It's just
Yeah.
yeah, it would have been so weird.
Exactly.
But yeah, you really can't have this guy and the guy. You can't have this guy be the same guy who has these insecurity issues
Hmm.
and this like overwhelming guilt about certain things. And yeah, he's just yeah, he barely gains confidence by the end of by the end of the series.
Hmm.
Slowly but surely he gets a little more sure of himself. But
Yeah.
all right, ready to go to Claire?
Yes, let's do it.
So Claire was sort of spot on. They talk about her getting pregnant. They don't talk about her deciding to kind of raise the baby, but then give it up anyway.
Right.
Um,
The psychic is not. That whole
yeah,
plot is not here. She directly contacts the couple and
yeah. They make it just they don't make it about she's forced into giving up the baby because she doesn't have her husband to help, the baby's father to help. It's more about just the money. She's like, oh, I just want the money for this.
right, right.
But that idea of a couple in LA who want the baby is there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the idea that that's why she was going to LA
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I mean that basic thing if she was going to give the baby up, I mean they definitely made that a big part.
Yeah, and they talk about her unique connection to the island's mysteries, illustrated by terrifying nightmares.
That
Since
happened.
she is too frightened to share with the others.
That happened. I do wish that the show had found a more convincing way to tie in Claire and I guess um, Aaron too. They sort of imply it's about the baby. Um, uh, to the island, I think they never quite did that. I mean, you had the pregnancy issues, and I mean, eventually the smoke monster sort of moved in, but it was her episode that really hooked me on Lost originally, and yeah, with the nightmare scene was very good, and I mean, the whole thing, uh, the whole thing about you know her pregnancy and the others and all that, like it had a lot of potential, and I think they definitely they executed something along those lines. They just it was just kind of disappointing in the end, but it's not inaccurate.
Yeah, yeah. Anything else for Claire?
Um, let's see. Yeah. No, no, I guess that's it.
Okay, so we go move on to Michael, which was pretty spot on. It talks about that he's an artist. Um, he has a kid, which makes him change his career so he can be supportive. His wife leaving with the baby. Um, yeah, and then having to take care of Walt again. That's the last thing here where his inner creative soul, he gets back in touch with inner creative soul in order to emerge in a new role as the group's most capable builder. And I thought, oh, okay, so this is why he's building things.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I always thought they were trying to, um, wait, what does it say? Oh, he took a real job. Yeah, I still don't get why. and I guess it makes sense, but I still don't necessarily see a direct connection between being creative and being a builder. Like when Michael's like, "Oh, I'm an artist. I'm gonna build the water system in the cave." Like,
Mm-hmm.
why? Just because you can draw it on paper means you can build it? Like, I feel like it doesn't. It's like it almost makes sense that if you're creative enough to come up with the idea, that you can somehow make it happen. But it's like, yeah, that's not really true.
Right. Well, I think the thing they had in the show was that the real job he had was in construction,
So
so he had
yes, that definitely helps.
some knowledge. Yeah, I feel like that kind of ties together the things, whereas this description leaves that as a looming question, I guess.
Yeah, but he does.
Um,
I mean, he does that. He builds the raft. And I
hmm
guess that's pretty much it because he's off the show for most of it. So
exactly. Yeah, but that was as much as they executed this idea of him being a builder. They definitely put it in the show. It wasn't a big part of the show, or even his character really,
yeah,
but it does exist. Uh, and I think the way they describe what happened with Walt and all that, I mean, it's not exactly accurate, but it's very close
yeah,
to what they did. It's not different enough to be sort of shocking the way like Hurley's Repo Man thing was, for example.
hmm yeah. So okay, and then we have Walt, which is pretty. There's not much here for Walt.
Yeah, so I think the thing about Walt that really stands out to me is what's not there, which is anything about his specialness, all of that, um, uh, they don't address that at all. They just talk about uh, his relationship with Michael and his life experience and how that affected him.
Yeah, they don't talk about
Um,
what he's gonna do now that he's on the island. They just say, okay, he's on the island with a father he doesn't really want to know, but they don't really
yeah,
say what opportunity the island's gonna give him, like they do with
right.
other characters.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's shorter than the other ones. It's definitely less fleshed out, and I yeah. I mean, Walt is another sort of lost opportunity, or dead end mystery, I guess. Um, and reading this, it feels like they didn't know what to do with it because there's
Yeah,
just
and they
not
probably
here.
thought, and I think he's the 14th character.
Yeah,
So it's 13 characters plus Walt. So
right.
I think he specifically got less story time here
Yeah,
because he was going to be mostly involved with whatever Michael was doing.
right,
That's the bulk of Michael's journey.
right. Which was true. That is what happened. But then they added all that other stuff, uh, about the others wanting him and his crazy abilities, um, and then set him on the sidelines, not to be mentioned until literally the last second.
Mm-hmm.
With even like the characters refusing to share with him basic information, like the fact that his father was dead. It's just,
Did he
yeah.
need to know that? Oh, okay, well.
It was just. Oh, last time I saw him, he was somewhere near the island. That's all I know.
He's in the vicinity, islandish.
Did you want more than that? That's all I got. Get away. Scram, kid. Yeah, no, you're right. It's clear he's not supposed to be a focus, and indeed he wasn't. But in that case, I feel like it was a mistake adding those weird aspects to his character because they didn't really pay off in the long run.
Well, it was mostly plot related stuff, right? I mean, that once they figured out what the others were about, that called into question the need to deal with Walt and
Right.
then the whole raft situation. So
Yeah.
it was more of a plot thing than a character thing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true.
All right, so let's move on to the stories. So, part 3 of this
Can't wait.
document, they talk about some example stories that they could do on the show. So, I haven't read through all of these. I figure since the podcast is already really long, we can just make it longer and just read through all of these.
Let's do it.
We can like maybe take turns and so. But anyway, to set this up, it talks about the types of stories and how the different 5 types are character conflict, survival slash society building, the island attack slash forces of nature, flashbacks, and then the others slash contact with new people. So those are the kind of main types, with mystery being the kind of one type to rule them all. And so yeah, let's go with these stories. You want to read the choice?
Absolutely. Uh, Here we go. The choice. When a new. Sorry. I can't read. Okay.
You got
Here we
3
go.
words in.
Sorry. Okay. When a row of seats is discovered in the jungle containing a badly burned passenger who is remarkably still alive, Kate and Jack, their relationship now marred by a serious trust issue now that Jack knows her secret, clash as she argues that he grant the man's wish to end his tremendous pain and kill him, a concept that not only contradicts Jack's beliefs regarding euthanasia, but also his reluctance in accepting that they are now on their own.
Yeah, that's in caps.
Yeah, that's
So
that
they
one.
didn't do this episode exactly, but the elements of this story is basically the Marshall.
Yep,
So they had the first part of this. They did find a row of seats, uh,
they did.
but that was
They found multiple rows of seats in a way. Like
yeah, they did.
there was the one underwater, and there was Bernard and the tree. And
Yeah. So I'm thinking of the one underwater, since that's
yeah,
Kate related specifically.
right.
Um, and then, but then later, okay, then they have the whole thing with the marshal being injured and needing to be put out of his misery, and there we have Jack's conflict and his beliefs about euthanasia and all that stuff.
Yes.
So they did do the elements of that episode
Oh yeah,
of that
absolutely.
story.
It's interesting though. Jack is supposed to know Kate's secret at this point, which he definitely doesn't when the Marshall thing happens.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really just ends up. It ends up being more about how the fact that he doesn't know her secret, and so he's sort of suspicious
Hmm.
of her in terms of wanting the Marshall to die.
And
Uh,
technically, if this person is stuck in a row of seats, badly burned, and it's been a day or two, yeah, they're infected and they're gonna die. So,
yeah,
yeah, they're gonna have to kill this guy.
absolutely.
Okay, thirst. Having consumed every drop of bottled water from the wreckage under the false belief that rescue was imminent, our group is faced with their first survival crisis: finding water. Who will go and who will stay? How will they find a fresh water source? And once they do, how they'll bring it back all illuminates their harsh new reality. If something needs to get done, they're going to have to do it themselves. On their own. They keep making it clear they're on their own.
That's kind of the same, yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't ever really get an episode about the need for water, right?
Well, they have a plot point about someone stole the water. Uh,
Okay.
and so that was a thing, and yeah, and then it turned out it was Boone or something. I don't even remember. It doesn't matter very much. And I mean, they did sort of talk about water
Mm-hmm.
in terms of moving to the cave, for example, being a consistent source of
Yeah.
water, and they sort of showed them collecting it from the rain and stuff like that. But I agree, it was never a major plot
They
point.
basically set up reasons how they're going to be able to get water, and then they just left that running in the background.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, they talked about it, but yeah, they never did anything as crazy as building a whole episode around
Because
it.
there is in this document, I forgot where, but they did mention this whole idea of a mystery that there's no fresh water on the island. So
They did say that.
presumably they were gonna run with that, and then it would have been a bigger issue finding water.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
But the island has plenty of freshwater sources.
plenty.
And if you drink that water, something might happen.
Something might not have.
Or something might not happen. All right. Are you ready for the next one?
Yep.
Finders keepers.
Finders slash keepers, please.
Okay, finders slash keepers. I guess it's a double meaning or something. As rationing begins, fights break out between our people as new rules begin to present themselves. First and foremost, whether or not your own personal property can be requisitioned by the others in order to provide for the greater good. The only solution is a frontier mentality, and when possession is 9/10 of the law, how do you protect your stash once you've got it?
Yeah, that's such a tagline. Like when possession is 9/10 of the law. I just feel like this set up to some movie or something.
It does. Yeah, so
It's like when possession is 9/10 of the law. How do you ... finders keepers? It doesn't make sense, but that's what it should
yeah,
say.
yeah, yeah. So they sort of talked about this idea. I would say Sawyer obviously had the was really the one with the stash.
Stash it.
Um, and when he comes back after he's in the the Hydra and stuff, it turns out they've raided his stash and he's angry about it for a certain amount of time, and then they have the fucking ping pong game, you know. So like there's like a little bit of that idea that's sort of preserved, but it's certainly not something that multiple characters care about. I think Sawyer's the only one who ever really gets obsessed about his own stuff and don't go in my stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
They do talk about the greater good, which obviously that was a thing later.
Yeah.
So they definitely had that idea, but all I can think of is like this just doesn't sound like an entertaining episode.
I like that whole idea of like, when's your personal property not your personal property, but that's like a scene. That's not
Exactly.
an episode.
Exactly. I think the idea is interesting, but the way they describe the episode, the tag, like how do you protect your stash once you've got it? It's like
Well,
that's
you
not
hide it. That's the only thing you can do.
exactly like it's like I don't know. The answer to that question is not a 43-minute episode.
Yeah. All right. Everybody gets sick. A medical mystery compounds the trials of survival when the castaways are struck by a violent and seemingly contagious illness.
What?
Amid mounting panic and the gruesome death of the first survivor struck with the disease, Jack must quarantine the sick and use the limited resources at his disposal to investigate the outbreak, perform a makeshift autopsy, and ultimately rely on less formal medical knowledge from an unlikely source. Son.
What?
So they did versions of this throughout
Absolutely.
the show. We never had one big contagious illness where Jack needed to quarantine people.
Right.
This whole idea of a makeshift autopsy was pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That never really happened, but that would have been crazy if Jack's like, we gotta crack this guy open and like, do what? Like, I don't know what he would do at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, he could maybe like do a visual diagnosis of some organs. I think that's as most as he could probably do, um, without like tools and stuff. But yeah. But then this idea he's gotta rely on the sun. It's interesting too. So that happens every now and then. So they did most of that.
Yeah, they did. I would say, yeah. I mean, they definitely kept alive the idea of some kind of some kind of illness or sickness that.
Oh really? I
No.
never heard. I'm not familiar with sickness. Never heard that term.
So, like, you had obviously the most infamous sickness that we've talked about ad nauseum, and we'll continue to talk about past nauseum. But
Post-Nauseum.
yes. But also there was the stuff with the Swan Hatch, the thing where it said quarantine on the other side of the door, and you had the Kelvin thing, and the shots, and like they really did play around with the idea of some kind of illness that everyone was susceptible to, and they never made it quite real as a threat, to the masses.
You know,
But they definitely like that idea, I think.
I just realized, I don't know if we've postulated this before. It doesn't work, but I was just thinking it might have been interesting if they would have said that they were using the vaccine as like an anti-radiation inoculation because Jughead's on the island.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that would have been interesting if they would have gone that way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would make sense, actually. Too bad they didn't.
Yeah, they would make too much sense to be useful.
Um, and also, of course, when Boone shows up injured and Jack has to do his makeshift surgery, I guess you could say, to try to save his life, Sun does help with that.
Yeah.
And so I think they did sort of come through on that idea as well.
Yeah, they mostly did.
It's just, yeah, there wasn't an episode about everyone. They had episodes about people getting sick, but there was never an episode about like a mass illness. It was much more contained than that. But yeah, yeah. It's interesting because like they had to think of all these before they even, you know. But a lot of these ideas are really things that they kept in mind for later.
Yeah. Well, they spent all that time thinking of him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you're gonna go that much trouble, I mean, you might as well come up with something you can actually use, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for the next one?
I am.
I don't think you are. Sunburn. It isn't long before paper money and the respective wealth of the survivors becomes moot. Value.
Paper money was never, ever a question of value. From the pilot on, no one was ever like, give me some of that paper money.
Yeah, you're right. It's just laughable. But value and usefulness become intertwined as sunscreen becomes the single most valuable currency for trading not only other items recovered from the crash, but for services, aka chores, as well. SPS become the new gold standard. It's
Why are you laughing? This is serious drama here.
I just can't. SPS.
Yeah.
I love it. They're like, how many SPFs do I
That's the thing. Like an SPF 100 is better than SPF 50. Come on.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, I'm not giving you that for SPF 15. You gotta be kidding me.
This is at least SPF 20 value here.
Okay. Woo! SPS become the new gold standard. It's the one thing everybody needs, but not everybody's got.
Yeah.
And yeah, grammar. And those smart enough to hoard it ain't willing to share.
This is a weird moment here where they get very colloquial and they like everybody needs but nobody's got and ain't this and ain't that. I'm like, why did the grammar change here all of a sudden?
I feel like this episode. So there was I remember a scene from the show, one scene from the show about sunburn, about sunscreen, I should say, and it's a scene between Shannon and Sawyer where she goes to him to get sunscreen, and they have a short scene about it. I believe that's the only time it's ever mentioned as a thing. But I feel like this episode should involve Sawyer because he should be the one that has most of the
He's the one
sunscreen.
not willing to share, yeah.
Exactly.
And that's for like Sawyer talking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I see Sawyer's influence in the way they're writing it.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
those smart enough to.
17. That's the one thing everybody needs, but ain't nobody done got.
And those smart enough to hold it ain't willing to share.
Yeah, you made him a Southern Belle. Made him Blanche Dubois, but okay.
I'm sorry, that's my go-to.
We'll share my SPF. Now I'm Foghorn Leghorn, but tough. Sawyer thing is tough. But I do declare.
Yeah, I can't really imitate Sawyer, obviously. But like, yeah, that whole idea. This is a Sawyer episode, I think, because he's gonna be the one that decides that SPFs are the new
The
gold
new gold standard, yeah. I really wish there was some other thing they could say to make it more ridiculous. Like there was some like abbreviated like currency we use, like
Yeah.
so the new GBWs, you know, or something like so close to being just that much more ridiculous.
Yeah. You could say USD or GBP or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they do that. I feel like that's what they're thinking of, but then they say gold standard, which
Hmm.
it's a little weird because currencies don't really operate on the gold standard anymore. But
Hmm.
economics aside, I know what they mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was
That's an episode they didn't do. Glad they didn't. I mean, that would have been a doozy of an episode to have to deal with. And, I think another reason you don't want a whole episode is it's going to be an ongoing thing, and they're going to run out. So if you
yeah.
make a big deal about it, then you're going to have to come back in season 2 and 3 and say, "Well, we ran out of sunscreen, but sun made us this plant concoction that'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
they'd have to keep coming."
And suddenly, Sun becomes the richest person on the island.
It's not the FPFs become the SUNs.
Exactly. When I first read the title, I assumed it was going to be a sun-centric episode.
Exactly, that's what you would think, like Sundown.
Exactly. They totally fooled me. It's like, what the fuck? Why is this not a Sun episode?
Well, where Sun is the first sunburn victim.
Exactly. But I will say that as someone who does get sunburned really easily, I did think several times on the show like they really would need some sunscreen or they would be seriously sunburned from being outside as much as they are.
Yeah.
Like realistically, it would be a problem. But you know what? Realistically, their beards and their hair and stuff like would be bad.
Everything.
So whatever.
Hurley would have lost like 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Like it would have been
Exactly.
completely different.
It's not about that.
All right, the food source. When Locke returns to camp with fresh meat, he gains instant celebrity status until he refuses to divulge where it came from.
Why is it a comedy now?
Oh no.
It reminds me of that. It reminds me of that Good Times episode where.
Wait, what?
Is that a weird reference?
You're gonna reference Good Times out of nowhere? You gotta set
Yeah.
it first, man.
Sorry.
That's the Good Times episode. Okay. Did J.J. Abrams do that too?
All right. Let me explain. It reminds me of the Good Times episode where there's like a neighbor. I'm gonna be a little bit wrong because I don't remember the details exactly. But there's like a neighbor, and they find out that they've been eating dog food, I guess, to save money. And then they invite them over, or they have a get together. I don't remember what it is. And the neighbor brings meatloaf, and they're all worried that it's.
Oh man! First of all, I need to see this episode. That sounds.
It was a good episode.
They already have a farce going here, and I love the idea of they don't know if they should eat. Is it a dog meatloaf?
Exactly. Exactly. And so they're all worried about it, and obviously, antics ensue.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, they all learned a lesson. But like, it was
About judging other people's food before you eat it.
exactly. Exactly. But like when it says he refuses to divulge where it came from, like that was the first thing that popped in my head.
Yeah.
Like he found a bunch of dog food cans and he just dumped them out. He's like, "Look, guys, I got fresh
I
meat."
got fresh meat. It's all in the shape of a can,
Yeah.
but it's fresh. Is it fresh if it comes from a can?
Is that not fresh? That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know what fresh means.
It's fresh from the can.
Yeah, come on. It's preserved in there, right? It's fresh,
Well,
fresh-ish. No,
freshish.
it's not rotten.
So there's only fresh and rotten. There's nothing in between.
Exactly. That's it. What else do you want?
That's it.
Yeah, so like seriously though, like where did the meat come from? I have no idea
So
what.
I think they did this episode. I think this is Locke coming with Boar, but
Yeah.
him not wanting to say how he got. I mean, he says he hunted it, right? But there was that little mystery with like Boone and Locke going out to hunt, and
Right.
Shannon kind of made that a mystery about where you guys going. But this is when they were actually doing the hash stuff, of course. But
Yeah.
it did start out as a bit of a mystery when he brought back the Boar.
I guess so, but it's not like I mean at that point they had seen Boar.
It wasn't like they couldn't have guessed how he got it.
Exactly. Whereas this seems to imply that like there's no obvious way he could have got the meat,
Yeah.
Whereas in that case he had a knife, there were boar.
'Cause it could have been a horror reveal where he like killed some red shirts or something, and that's where the meat came from,
Yeah,
something like that.
exactly. And given the fact that he has a plan, like is this a part of the plan somehow?
By the way,
Like
I would have loved if he was killing people to provide meat for us. That'd have been so great.
oh my god.
Awesome.
Oh my god, lock the cannibal.
Hmm.
That would be crazy.
No, you never see him eat it.
Okay, sorry.
He's just
Cannibal's
feeding
wrong
it
word.
He's feeding it to everyone else so he can
Rock.
like, get the leadership status of providing for the group, but he doesn't want to eat. He's only eating fruits. That's part of the mystery. Like you never see him eat, and he's always like, "Oh, I ate before." No, you
Lock the cannibal enabler.
exactly. It rolls off the tongue very easily.
It does. It does. Yeah. There's definitely something with Locke and meat. I mean, they definitely kept that idea, and they certainly kept the idea of Locke keeping secrets.
You do keep meat in a locker,
That's true.
so there's no connection there other than the words, which means nothing.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm
There was a locker somewhere.
I'm just saying, there is no connection besides the fact that Locke is like Locker without the R, and that's it.
Oh, wow! I didn't get that at all. I was okay.
All right.
Wow.
I had a chance to explain it, so.
Thank you. What a pun. The first thing, so that made me my misinterpretation, or should I say my failure to understand your pun, made me realize that, or made me think of a possible answer, which is that he finds one of the Dharma stations and finds like a meat locker or something. Like I could see that being the thing. It's sort of along the lines of something they did with him.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
I mean, it would move that plot line along quicker if he's going in there and taking meat, but that seems like a possible answer here.
Yeah. He comes back with like a wrapped frozen turkey. I'm like, where'd you get this? He's like, in the jungle. These are natural. This is how the turkeys naturally are on the island.
Oh, I wish I could see that. Oh my god, Lost just became the best comedy ever.
Right? It's always on the verge of comedy. You change like one thing on any episode, it's a roaring comedy.
What? That's how they are.
So they are, guys. This island's really crazy. They cut back. They cut back to Charlie. Guys, where are we? For real this time.
You never seen a turkey before?
This is how they come. When you see turkeys frozen in grocery stores, that's their home. That's their nest.
That's how they live.
That's their natural habitat. Why do you think we call grocery stores turkey zoos? Don't we call them that?
I don't think so.
No, no, okay.
No.
Turkey zoo. Sounds familiar.
Hey, Mom, I'm going to the turkey zoo.
Mom, go down to turkey zoo. You need to pick you up. Turkey zoo? No? Okay.
Turkey zoo. Oh my God. All right, yeah. So let's just say, I would say, a priori, that sounds like an interesting episode.
Well, yeah, with that set up, I'd watch it.
Because it has a mystery, and I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a mystery that I don't immediately know the answer to based on where the show went.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like that. And it fits in with Locke's character and stuff. I'd say this is a check. I like this one. This is probably my favorite of the episode so far. from the 30. All right, so are you ready for the next one?
Ready for the next one.
All right, Fog. While making the literal exodus
Uh-oh.
to what, yeah, to what will become their new camp and our standing sets, a thick fog descends upon the island, quickly separating our castaways from one another, as fog always does.
Yeah.
Small groups are isolated by the tricks and treachery of the island, but also by their stupidity, short-sightedness, and sometimes cowardice. As the unlikely pairings of survivors face their situation, they will learn a great deal about each other and themselves in an episode which serves as a conduit for critical, character-defining actions and flashbacks.
Wow, the fog. I just love that idea that they're being tricked by the treachery of the island and also their stupidity. And also they're just stupid. Which is not really wrong. I mean, half
Yeah.
the time something happens on the island, Man in Black is doing it, and half the times it's people being stupid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that fits.
Here we do have another reference to the dark power of the island or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they do have that idea that the island somehow has this consciousness that it's doing things intentionally to people. But yeah, of course, it's also there's what's already there, and you can work with that. It's interesting that they use the word Exodus, being that that's literally an episode title.
Yep. Finale.
I've been complaining recently. It's not really the right way to put it, but I've noticed within the last year or so, quite a few shows have had scenes involving fog caused by sometimes supernatural reasons, sometimes it's smoke bomb.
Oh jeez.
And yeah. And I personally don't like it, specifically because it does what they describe here. It like makes these weird isolated events happen where like suddenly you cut and it's just like 2 or 3 characters and you sort of lose track of the whole thing. It becomes these little isolated incidents, but like this really makes it like that's just the function it serves. I mean, that's what they want.
Yeah.
But I find a lot of times, especially in action sequences, I don't think that plays very well. I don't know. I always find those scenes sort of awkward to watch. Like it just seems strange. I think here they play it uh, more like a sort of survival situation.
I think it would work better here because the fog would be ever present, Whereas when you're doing smoke bombs, I think it's hard to depict that right, and it's hard to make it seem the way they really want it to seem.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a lot of times it's contrivance too. They want characters not to see certain things.
Yeah.
And here I think it could definitely work. It could be creepy too, and I mean they're implying the island's being treacherous. So.
That makes me think when you said using fog so people don't see things. That makes me think of they could have had an episode called Fog Down, and like when the pallet drop comes, like a fog descends on the island so people don't see where the fog comes from. I mean, see where the pallet drop.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the next one?
Let's do the next one.
Vincent. After seeing Vincent on the island for some time, we realize he's the man in black. Oh, wait, it doesn't say that. Oh, wait, that was in my head.
I was like, wow, I didn't remember that one.
You didn't catch that one? It's episode 3.
They really saw ahead. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
All right, here it is for real. Vincent. It is called Vincent. In an attempt to find common ground with Walt, Michael ventures into the jungle to find his son's pet Labrador. Upon locating Vincent, said Labrador, Michael is surprised to see that not only has the dog's ear been bitten off, but that the bite mark appears to be human. So that's where Locke got the meat from. The meat was only part of a dog's ear.
The dog ear.
Like, where did he get this?
I got meat, guys.
It's more like an appetizer, but
Locke, that's a half-chewed dog ear. I know.
He's like,
it's got protein.
And
I don't see your point.
It's meat, isn't it?
Okay, it's mostly cartilage.
So this is a crazy idea here. I mean, we did get Michael concerned about finding Vincent at various
looking
points.
for Vincent. Yeah, that definitely happens.
But this whole idea that a human attacked Vincent is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea what they're going for with that.
Yeah. Now, it would have been interesting if maybe somebody like Rousseau did it.
Oh, yeah.
He's a prime suspect, but I think you'd have to have a very particular circumstance for her to bite off a dog's ear.
Yeah, as crazy as Rousseau was, it would.
Did Vincent like stumble upon her hiding place, and then instead of Saeed, and then like she strings Vincent up to the electrocution machine, and she's like, "Tell me where my baby is." And it's just Vincent like whimpering for half an hour.
Orf! I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can talk.
And then, exactly. See, yeah, it took 30 minutes, and then finally he can talk. And then later she turns her back and she looks behind her, and like he's got the rifle. And then she's like, and then he shoots, and she's like, "Aha, the firing pin."
I took out the firing pin.
Like,
you didn't
firing
know.
Roof. Yeah. Should have had that episode.
Ram it.
Damn it. Oh, not damn it.
It is interesting also that what they're describing here is kind of an episode that's centered around Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't something it's something they talked about, but they never really did. And I think they did like imply that something weird was going on with Vincent, but they just never really told us what it was.
Yeah.
And this sounds like that's heading in that direction too, but it's I guess something they didn't decide to do. I think you're right. Like the closest thing we have is Rousseau, but I really don't know who they have in mind.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, maybe this is schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic Boone. Yeah. It could be.
And that would tie into the revelation that he's schizophrenic or something, or I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I believe he survived to the last scene with both of his ears.
Yes, he did have both of his ears intact.
So we never quite got that. That sounds like an interesting episode, I have to say.
Yeah, it does. I'd watch that one.
I would also watch that one. Okay, are you ready for the next one?
Ready.
Crime and Punishment.
An original title.
Not that one. Um,
Not that one. Yeah.
uh, when Boone stumbles into the camp, badly beaten and barely conscious, an immediate investigation is launched to determine who is responsible. Sawyer is revealed to be the culprit, but
Wow,
both.
they get to that quick.
I know, it's like, what? That was the mystery. Uh, Sawyer is revealed to be the culprit, but both he and Boone are unwilling to talk about what happened, setting up a mystery that bears resolution. Uh, the ethical issue at hand, meting out some sort of penalty for breaking the camp's only law, no harm to each other. Ultimately, the only options are jail, withholding food, or the purest and most apt, letting the punishment fit the crime.
Hmm.
Uh, like beating him?
Yeah, I guess that's what they mean. It's like an eye for an eye kind of a thing. Like, let's because the withholding food isn't. I mean, that doesn't really do anything. Because you're gonna get food at a certain point. Then what lesson have you learned? I don't know.
Yeah,
Jail. They'd have to build a jail, and then someone have
right.
to watch them. See,
Yeah.
that's the thing they never really did. They never really did this whole trial thing where people, it's up for question who did something, and then there's a verdict, and then there's a sentence you carry out. Like, they never got that formal.
Right. Right. Yeah, no, no, no. It's yeah, this is going in that weird political legalistic direction that they clearly thought about seriously, but ultimately decided that they wanted to do other things and
And
not
it is
actually.
something you do have to think of in a survival context of how do how does that part of civilization work when you don't have a legal system set up.
Absolutely. Walking Dead has had to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
And I think they would have if they didn't keep sort of having huge crises happen that split them up and stuff. Like it sort of made it impractical. They weren't really settled long enough, I think, to have this work.
Yeah, like what they could have done is Ben. Like they could have put Ben on
Hmm.
trial when he was Henry Gale.
Absolutely.
But they kind of just internally did their own trial.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They just kind of took charge. Um, I think so. Like a couple things are interesting about this. Like when Boone stumbles into the camp badly beaten and barely conscious, like that actually happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the reason is different. It's not Sawyer. It's it's Locke, and it's that whole thing.
Yeah.
And they know who's responsible because Locke's the one that carries him in. But it's weird that idea sort of survived, and then also it's weird that Sawyer did engineer an attack
Mm-hmm.
on Sun. For example, and so like they still had they still had that idea of like Sawyer does something against the other, but here like they're conspiring or something, and it's like I don't know what's going on between Sawyer and Boone.
This makes me think again. I want to go back to Boone's secret or something. So
Mm-hmm.
that that's why he's they're unwilling to talk about. But that's an interesting mystery, right? Like one guy beats up, and that is
Mm-hmm.
again the Locke and Boone Hatch mystery too, though.
Absolutely.
Not wanting to talk about what happened.
They kept that idea
Yeah.
of that basic setup. It's just yeah, the legal thing isn't really there. But I did find interesting their law was no harm to each other.
They're only one law, no harm to each other.
Yeah.
They never
Uh,
make that explicit.
no, but the episode where Jack tries to save Boone's life is indeed called "Do No Harm."
There it is.
But of course,
In
that's
parentheses to each other.
right. Of course, I think that's a reference to them being a doctor rather than like a code for the whole group.
Yeah.
But I mean, it sort of makes sense, like that might be the first thing you
Hmm.
come up with in terms of a law that you're
Especially
gonna
if
have.
people are becoming missing and vanishing.
Exactly, and showing up with mysterious meat and
Yeah, and
what
dogs' ears being bitten off.
dog's ears.
And we know, and the
Yeah.
greatest drama of all, no sunscreen. So,
Yeah. But this sounds like a decent episode. I would watch this one.
yeah.
I'm curious to know what they were thinking with this, and that's usually a good sign.
All right, election. After a failed attempt at communism. What?
What?
I didn't read this.
Say what now?
They were like, we're gonna try communism for a little while, guys. Like, what happened there? Like a Russian red shirt showed up and was like, I got an idea. All right. After a failed attempt at communism, followed by a glorified version of everything for himself, the cast.
What?
Yeah, I guess that's the opposite of communism. The cast
Yeah.
finally realized they need one person to make decisions which affect the whole group. Despite despite his reluctance to take on such responsibility, Jack emerges as the early favorite. But when he fails to provide food and water, a dark horse candidate rises to challenge his leadership. Locke.
Whoa.
Interesting. So they kind of got at this. They kind of got at this. So first thing
Yeah.
is the everyman for himself reminds me of kind of the opposite of live together, die alone.
Absolutely. And there's literally an episode called Every Man for Himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of Sawyer's philosophy, at least for a while.
Yeah, I like this that they failed at communism. It's just this funny notion that
Communism always fails.
it does. Oh, even on an island, it doesn't even
Yeah.
work in a closed society.
Exactly. You'd think they have ideal conditions, but no, it still fails.
Still doesn't work.
They finally proved it. Communism just doesn't work, kids.
Doesn't work, guys.
Doesn't work.
It was the last
Sorry.
test and it failed.
What you have to do is give one person absolute power.
Yeah, despotism is really the way to go.
That's the lesson. Thanks, Lost.
Well, it seems like they totally like forgot about democracy.
Yeah.
They went from communism to despotism and were like, well, we can all vote on what this one person does or who that one person is.
Yeah. From communism to anarchy to to dictatorship. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's crazy. I could see them sliding into a dictatorship as crises arise or whatever. Obviously, other shows have gone in that direction, but yeah, I would think they would start with the thing that most of them, I mean, the countries they come from are used to. They have democracy. I would think that would be the natural thing they would go for.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea of Jack and Locke being competing for leadership, like that definitely existed.
For sure.
It was a big part of the show. It was never so formal as like, I mean, they call it they don't quite say they're gonna have an election, but I feel like that's what's implied.
Well, and they give Jack this job in the pilot, and Locke contests it later, but Jack starts with that job.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, there's sort of episodes that are about him, like, fully accepting it or making peace with the fact that he's a leader or what have you. But it's true. Like, as soon as he jumped in, the middle of that wreckage and started rescuing people, when everyone was just like wandering around dazed and stuff like that, like he made himself a leader, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was that's an interesting episode. Anyway.
All right, so we have like 4 pages more to go, so we've got a lot of story to get through.
All right, here we go. Next one. The Others. The Others. After Shannon has a snit with Sawyer, the object of her affection, despite her adamant denial of said fact. She wanders deep into the jungle and stumbles upon two strange young men who may or may not have been survivors of the crash. As they're unwilling to let her go back, it becomes clear it's the latter. This seems like a joke. Um, Back at the camp, Sawyer and Boone must resolve their differences in order to form an unlikely rescue team in order to get her back.
Well,
Note,
they did two in orders too. Well,
what?
they did in order to form and in order to get in this.
Oh, I see that. In order to form an unlikely rescue team, in order to get her back. They could have just said to get her back.
Yeah.
It's not really necessary. Um, they actually could have admitted it both times.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, note. This is a little note for the episode. This story may be our first formal sighting / interaction with, quote, the others. Their origins and numbers. It could be a whole tribe for all we know. A mystery. All we get at this point is that they're fiercely intelligent, aggressive, and not at all pleased to be sharing their island with our castaways.
Mm.
So,
All right.
boom.
So they kind of did this.
They did.
Not two strange young men.
Not quite. No.
Not together particularly, but there were. I mean, if you can count, uh, what's his name, Ethan and
Goodwin.
Goodwin. Yeah.
Yeah, there were two strange men.
Yeah, yeah,
They weren't that young, really.
yeah. Youngish and
They're not old.
and then middle. They're middle.
Yeah, yeah.
And they didn't necessarily kidnap Shannon, but yeah, there was it was pretty close. And this whole interaction with Shannon and the others too, right? So you do have Ethan presumably taking Cindy during that episode where Shannon gets shot. So you do have the others taking someone and Shannon being in the middle of that.
Right. Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Shannon does. Yeah. Sort of have a run in, but yeah, in general, like she doesn't really get involved with the others, and of course she doesn't have a relationship with Sawyer either. So
Yeah.
I mean, the whole motivation for this episode doesn't really work for what they actually did. But yeah, I think you're right. Um, I think they definitely saved aspects of this. The idea of may or may not have been survivors of the crash. I mean,
Mhm.
that implies to me that they would have said they were survivors of the crash.
Yeah.
But then she realizes they're not, you know.
When they won't let her go back, yeah.
Exactly. And so then, yeah, then it would get. But I think what they actually did was scarier than this. The way they did the reveal of Ethan having been there, like basically the whole time.
Yeah.
I think that was scarier than like her just like Shannon just running into them in the jungle. You know, it would still be scary, but I think there was an extra aspect that like he had been there, people had talked to him, and then just suddenly he turns. You know, I think what they did worked better, but I still would be curious how this was supposed to work. Their description of the others is interesting, um, because I think they're very vague about it, obviously.
Yeah.
Um, but it all seems fairly accurate in terms of the way they portray them eventually.
Yeah, for sure. All right, language barrier. In a moment brought on by crisis, Jen catches Sun speaking fluent English, a secret she has shared only with Kate. At first, enraged that his wife has kept the secret from him, Jen soon realizes that he must now rely almost completely on her if he wants to communicate with the others. Not that the others. The others.
The others, lowercase.
Lowercase o, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this pretty much happened.
This was an episode.
Yeah.
This was ... in translation, I think, or maybe it was the other one. But I think it was ... in translation, because I think in House of the Rising Sun, we
You have to laugh at that.
it sounds like a joke, but it's not. We find out that she speaks English, and I think Kate finds out in that episode, which they're also right about here.
Yep.
But I think it's in ... in translation, which is the same idea of language barrier. So I think this is the closest we've had so far to something that they really did as an episode.
Yeah.
Like it's just, that's really what they did, pretty much, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't talk about the details, but that's kind of the point. They just say crisis, you know.
Yeah, in a moment brought on by Crisis when Jin is punching Michael.
Exactly. Okay. Are you ready for the next one?
Yep.
Sawyer's deal.
What is Sawyer's deal?
Well, let me tell you.
I hope it's that kind of deal.
Having concerned the... Sorry, I can't read. Having cornered the market on alcohol by liberating... by liberating all the booze from the fuselage, Sawyer refuses to turn over some of his booty to Jack.
Jack, you're not getting none of my booty. It's gonna take more booze than that for you to get booty.
Always Jack and Sawyer. All right. God. Okay. Sorry. His booty.
Yeah, start with that one.
Like, why do they have to say booty?
Out of nowhere, they said booty.
It was just not necessary.
You need to say that.
There's so many other words they could use for that.
So many.
All right. Anyway, turn over. And then it's Jack, you know, like, it's his booty to Jack. You just don't think you're ever gonna read that.
Turning it over, you know.
Yeah.
There's just some stuff here they could have avoided.
Exactly. All right. Okay, Jack.
It's like, no, Jack, you can't rape me. I just felt like that's the subtext here. Okay.
That's what it feels like. I know. And the fact that they did have that weird tension filled sort of relationship, it's almost like they're hinting at that semi subtext that they had.
Subtext, yeah.
Yeah, it's not really there, but it's like half there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Jack. We'll start there. Who needs it, the booze, for his makeshift infirmary. But when Sawyer finds himself in that same infirmary after a run-in with a wild boar, the negotiations take on a whole new tack.
Why did they put negotiations in quotes?
I don't know. It shouldn't be in quotes.
It shouldn't be in quotes unless they're implying there's something fishy about these negotiations.
I mean, maybe it's just the fact that they're not like formal negotiations between like like specific I don't know, entities or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. This does not sound like a good episode. They sort of had this with the heroin. Sawyer ends up having the heroin, and Jack has to come get it. And he also had to like win the guns in the poker game.
Yeah, and Sawyer got hurt by a boar, right? He did get hurt by a boar.
Oh, did he get it?
When there was a boar in the fuselage or something?
Yeah,
Didn't he get hurt, or did it just run past him?
No, it just ran past him. He does have the boar like menace him for a while in that episode where he like goes after the boar.
Okay. Yeah, the boar. I thought the boar. Okay, no, it's that episode where the boar. They're in the jungle, right? Then the boar like runs him over and hurts him.
Yes, that does happen. You're right.
Okay, yeah.
You're right. I forgot because the boar also attacked Michael at a certain point earlier. And
Yeah.
I was confusing it, but yeah, you're right. You're right. The boar does go after him at a
And
certain point.
then and then he gives his booty to Jack. I just like the idea of a formal presentation. It's like, Jack, here's my booty.
Sawyer, turn over your booty.
I'm officially relinquishing my booty to you, Jack. Take care of it. And this actually makes me realize that whole idea about alcohol was not a big deal at all. Like there weren't any alcoholics on the island going through withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that was an easy plot point they could have dug into.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, Jack was the closest thing to an alcoholic, and I don't think he really thought about it.
No.
After he crashed, he had the bottles in his pocket, and he used them for the wound on his back.
Yeah,
But like,
that seems like they not that they needed to do anything more for him in the beginning, but that could have been a very easy thing for him to deal with. Was like he's got all this pressure of being a leader, and now he's gonna fall back into alcoholism to deal with that. That would have
right.
been an easy thing to do. What did they do instead? What was Jack doing when he was stressed out? Like nothing.
Crying? I don't
Crying,
know.
I guess.
I mean, yeah, he would get angry. Like, yeah, he didn't really have a way to cope with his stress. That was part of his problem, actually.
Hmm.
I mean, he would just kind of lash out at people and
Maybe
stuff. Like,
his power was denial, so he was just in denial about his own stress.
yeah, but I kind of feel like because they had Charlie and the heroin thing, it would have been kind of redundant to have someone be an alcoholic.
Hmm.
So I sort of see why they didn't do that, but it there's an obvious supply there for an obvious reason.
Yeah, and that makes me realize none of the characters have really any overlapping issues.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's true. It's almost like it was designed that way.
Almost like somebody made a concerted effort to make them all different.
It's really just a coincidence, but you know, if I believed in fate.
Hey, all right, you ready for the trap?
Let's do the trap.
The trap. When Hurley falls into a trap. Okay, it says Hurley falls into a pit, actually a trap of locks to catch food, which is maybe where he got that fresh meat. It takes the combined efforts
Oh
of
shit.
4 of our castaways to get him out. A rescue that highlights his obesity and further alienates him from the others. Yeah, that would have been a sad episode where the whole point is Hurley, you're fat.
Yeah, that's lowercase o others. Yeah, wow. Wow, what a sad. I mean, they definitely still focused on that, but that would make it um yeah, extremely demeaning.
Hmm.
Even further than they went. I felt bad on the helicopter when like they were using fuel and like Frank's like, we could stand to lose like 200 or 300 pounds, and then like
Oh God, yeah,
and then they cut to Hurley, and I was just like, oh god.
yeah, that's tough.
It's just yeah, it's just depressing. It's like wow, the whole episode is about that.
Hmm. Yeah, the
Like
whole
damn,
episode.
not just like one scene, but like the whole fucking episode. Yeah, you're right though. I feel like this reveals where he got the meat from.
Yeah, I think that's where you get the meat from.
He killed it. It's like, but why is that? That shouldn't have been a mystery. I don't know. Okay.
I think it was a mystery for Locke. I mean, I think mostly, unless they were really going to come up with the mystery, is just he wants to keep that his power. He doesn't want to tell people how he's doing this, or else they can go do it themselves.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's something Locke would do.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the next one?
Oh yeah.
Vincent must go. With food scarce and Vincent the Labrador a mouth to feed himself, a very serious debate breaks out as to what to do with the dog. Michael finds himself confronted with a hard choice: piss off the entire camp, or risk breaking the already tenuous bond he holds with his son. Wow.
Yeah, there's no way they're killing a dog on a TV show. So.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe that was going to be a whole episode.
Mm-hmm.
We got to kill the dog.
Kill the dog.
Why don't we kill the dog?
Hey, that's my dog. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a weird one.
Yeah, like Vincent centric stuff. They're really 2 episodes about Vincent already. Like, damn.
And one about Jen.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what's going on there? Why is Vincent such a rich source of plots? Like, so like in the end, I guess Vincent just mostly fed himself. Like he
I
was
think that's why they
mostly
had him being just gone, so no one had to
yeah.
really like deal with how he's eating.
But I mean, once they found all that food, like no one was really worried about food supplies anyway.
Yeah, I think there
You
was
know?
Dharma branded dog food there too. So.
I'm sure there was.
Yeah.
And like even before that, like no one was really worrying about food supplies. I mean, it never felt like a big problem. Just like the water, it's like they had fish and they had mangoes and and then they had the Dharma stuff. But even after that, when they didn't have it anymore, it was still like, meh, we're, we're fine.
Yeah.
In season 6, they weren't worried about where they were going to find food. They never even talked about it. Obviously it wasn't about it at that point, but it's weird to me. I mean, it makes sense because those are the basic things that you think about when you're on a quote
Yeah.
unquote deserted island. But like,
Yeah.
a whole episode about the dog. I don't know. Anyway, are you ready for the next one?
Forbidden fruit. Am I reading this one?
Oh wait, did I read the last one? Yeah, I
The
did.
Vincent one.
All right, you're
When our
forbidden.
survivors come across a grove of trees which bear a ripe yet unidentifiable fruit.
Mango.
The only thing that stops them from immediately picking it and bringing it back to the others is a mysterious sign posted at the grove's entrance. Unfortunately, the words written on it are in a script and language they have never seen before. So not only is it in a language they haven't seen before, but a script they haven't seen before.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
I assume it means the letters. They don't recognize the letters.
But wouldn't that also dictate the language being something? Like, can you write something in letters you haven't seen before, but also be a language that you've seen before? Like, I
no.
mean, you could write something that's English but not use English letters. I mean, is it English then?
Well, so yeah, right. No, you're right. I think the answer is no, pretty much. I mean, you can do transliterations like with languages that have different alphabets, like in Russian or Chinese or Japanese or something. You can take the sounds and try to write them down with like the regular the Latin alphabet that English uses.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do that. That's the closest thing I could think of like writing a language where you might not know the letters, but it is a language you know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the best I. That's the best I got.
Okay. I get it. I think I get it what they're trying to describe, but it just seems over. Just like they don't need to say it that way.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of for emphasis.
Okay, but anyway, so there's a tree with fruit again, another food centric episode.
Hmm.
But there's a sign that says something, and they've got to figure out how to translate this sign, I guess. The first question is, and that's an interesting mystery. Who wrote this sign? Why is it, there? I guess the answer would be, I don't know what the answer would be. I guess, but my point was, they'd have to, I guess, track down someone who knows this language.
Right. Which would be tough because they've never seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess maybe some of the other survivors who aren't there.
Some red shirt who's an anthropologist or who's, they study languages or something, maybe might have a clue.
And I feel like the title, since the title's Forbidden Fruit, it makes me think that they're gonna find out that the sign says something about not eating it.
For sure. Well, why have a sign unless you're saying don't eat it? If you're
Yeah.
saying eat this, you don't put up a sign.
It's a good point. You know, it's that's the sign that sort of does itself.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want people to do something, you have to put up a sign. So yeah, it's gonna say. I thought what you were gonna connect it to was the Garden of Eden or something, and maybe that.
I did think about that as well.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're getting at here. Is it's so ancient that maybe this is like the Garden of Eden tree,
Mhm.
and then they'll see a
Oh my god.
see a snake or something, and
Oh my
all
god.
click.
That's another level.
Yeah, they're in purgatory, so that's
But
biblical.
I like this one. This is an example of a kind of episode they have in here. I think uh I guess we haven't gotten to the other ones yet. Where they hint at like a possible direction they could have gone in terms of mysteries that they didn't.
Hmm.
You know, like they never really did anything like this.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what they had in mind here. Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, I would assume it would have tied into the others. If not
Probably.
directly, like, if they did get an answer, it would have been the others, and this is a sacred tree or something. But yeah, it's just
Yeah.
mangoes. I'd like to think it's just mangoes, and
Here be mangoes.
yeah, that's what the sign says. Eat all you want.
Yeah, yeah. No, but this is a good one. I want to watch that one. Okay. Are you ready for the next one?
Ready?
War games. Several of the castaways awaken to find something sharp sticking in their sides. Blow darts. Um, I love the way this is written. Adding to their growing horror, someone has painted tribal markings on their makeshift shelters. Paranoia dictates that the others are finally planning an attack, which necessitates our group's first real attempt to build up their defenses. Until it becomes clear that the threat might not be coming from outside, but from within.
So wait, it becomes clear that the threat might not be coming from the other. Then it's not clear, is it?
Yeah, that's not quite very well worded. It should say it becomes clear that the threat is not coming
Yeah, all right.
from the outside.
But within, maybe.
Yeah, they're like maybe.
Yeah.
It's weird because the others do use blow darts.
They did use blow darts. They did attack the camp.
Yeah.
The marking. Did they mark? They did mark. Did they mark something?
Yes. Juliet had, or the others had Juliet mark the tents
Yes.
of the pregnant women
Yeah.
to tell them which one to take.
Yep. There it is. So they did most of this.
Yeah, they did. They did. It would totally make sense. And I mean, they had that idea happen multiple times. But it's weird that it's supposed to be coming. It's also there's a little Blair Witchy thing going on here with the like weird tribal markings.
And it's their paranoia that makes them think the others are planning an attack. I like that.
Yeah.
Even
And they
though
did have that idea.
the blow darts and the markings don't make it clear, it's the paranoia.
Yeah.
And that's what's gonna do it.
I think they wanted to tell us that that assumption was wrong. And they did have that idea, with the burning of the raft, for example, where like they assume it's the others, but it turns out it's within the group.
Yeah, for sure.
And it happened with the son kidnapping also. So they definitely use that idea of like thinking it's the others. But it just seems weird. Like I don't really see how the plot works to have blow darts and tribal markings coming from within the survivors. Like that makes no sense to me.
But maybe they're just saying one of the others has infiltrated the group or something. But are you just saying logistically? Well, the blow darts is weird to me. I could see the markings make sense, but mean, what are the blow darts for anyway? I mean, it's like, you hit someone a blow dart if you're trying to attack them, or if it has like a paralytic, maybe incapacitate them or something. But to wake up hit by blow darts with seemingly no consequence, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. So I feel like they would have to discover the reason for that.
Yeah.
That there should be a reason why they were all blow darted. You know.
Yeah, who's gonna blow dart you while you're sleeping? That's a little weird. I don't understand.
And I also find it curious that the title is War Games.
Mm.
You know, it makes me think something weird like Locke did it or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's gonna be. It's gonna be someone who's like, listen, it's gonna be Locke's speech about we're
Yeah.
not alone out here,
Yes.
and I did this for your own good because we're too complacent. It's too
Yes.
easy to get attacked. They're out there. They want to kill us.
We're not the only ones inside it, and we all know it.
Oh, no. Oh man, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this is. And he's the War Games guy. He's
Exactly.
General Locke. Oh man. Well,
Exactly.
we cracked that episode. That's done. We know
Yeah.
the there.
Yeah. It was really the title. That was
Yeah.
the only reason I thought of that.
Title, yeah.
Otherwise, it never would have occurred to me.
Yeah,
Wow, it's nice to solve the mystery of an episode we'll never see.
that's what was weird to me about that line, that paranoia dictates that the others are planning their attack, which means they just think it's true. So yeah, so that means it's not true.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, too bad we cracked an episode that never happened. But yeah, they basically did versions of that. They did versions of all those major things.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We all know it.
They kept playing that like for years. They love that clip.
I want a version of that where it's like, and we all, and it just goes for like 2 minutes, and it's just like, know it. You're just cutting to different people watching him like say that, and they're just like, when's he gonna say?
I think we get it. You can stop now.
All right, jealousy.
All right.
Unexpected flirtation begins to build between Jack and Sawyer. I mean, oh wait, sorry.
Sawyer offers his booty to Jack willingly.
He's like, no need to trade anything, Doctor.
You can have my booty for free.
All right. An unexpected flirtation begins to build between Michael and Son. What? And both their counterparts ain't too pleased about it. Where did Sawyer come in here write this again? Why they ain't too pleased?
They ain't too pleased.
This dialogue here. Eager to win his wife's affection back, but too entrenched in his own cultural bias. Whoa. Jin finally caves and allows Walt, feeling abandoned and thus motivated to throw a wrench in his father's new romance, to begin teaching him English lessons. Oh my God!
Wow.
Walt teaching Jin English.
Wow.
There's your alternate universe there, people.
Yeah.
Wow. So Walt's like, hey, my daddy like your wife, and I'm gonna get back at him by teaching you English. Wow. But okay, I do like the idea of the flirtation between Michael and Son, because we had always talked about that.
It's definitely there.
So it's definitely there from the beginning that they were doing something with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this makes it official.
Yeah.
They never went that far. They just kind of had those moments.
Those moments, yeah.
And they never pushed it beyond that. But yeah, this would be, and it progresses the Janet learning English thing more than they did. Like he didn't really seriously learn English until the Dharma thing.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like they wanted him to learn English faster.
Yeah. Well, it allows him to like speak to other characters.
Oh, I guess you want that on a TV show.
It's handy. So I totally get it. But yeah, they found a way. It was tough, but they sort of made it work anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting idea. I think again, like we definitely see um we definitely see that being preserved, as with a lot of these things. But yeah, specifically, no. But no big mystery. This is a character episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you ready? Oh my God.
Oh
Are
God,
you ready
I
for
don't.
this?
Not for that title.
Oh my God, I'm afraid. Okay. The cat problem.
Meow.
Oh my God, that title. Okay.
Are you saying we might encounter a catastrophe? Perchance a catlamity? That's all I got. I don't think I can do anymore.
How many cat puns are there, really? The cat problem. I can't believe this. Okay, here we go. The
Oh,
cat problem.
cat conundrum. And I'm done.
Okay. Okay. A series of flashbacks drastically counterpoint Locke's former life as an office drone with the warrior he has always dreamed himself to be when he boldly decides to hunt down the three predatory jungle cats that are raiding the camp and devouring the dwindling food supply.
So apparently they turned predatory jungle cats into boar
Clearly,
and
yes.
called it a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they basically did that. But yeah, it wasn't a cat problem.
Good problem.
The cat problem. It's all about Mikhail taking care of Nadia the cat.
Yeah, right?
He's an asshole. He keeps peeing on the couch. Yeah, so that's I mean, yeah, they certainly had the counterpoint. They certainly had Locke hunting and dreaming of being the warrior and trying to be that on the island, and even the boar raiding the camp.
Hmm.
So they didn't quite all do an episode. But
Predatory jungle cats, that's a bit much to try to take down. 3 of them, too?
yeah,
That's a lot.
that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Alright, the dig. When the survivors discover, I think they put that apostrophe in the wrong place. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
they did.
No, yeah, there should be no apostrophe.
No apostrophe.
When the
It's a common mistake.
survivors discover a tiny piece of metal jutting from beneath the rocky ground, a massive attempt to unearth it begins. But the digging instruments are rudimentary and put a strain on already scarce resources. The dig continues, however, ultimately revealing a locked hatch, impossible to breach, but offering up a fascinating new dimension to the island's unexplored territory. All right, so this is the hatch.
They absolutely did this.
A little bit.
I guess the key difference is that the survivors don't really discover it. It's not like
Yeah.
they all know about it. It's a secret for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's Locke and Boone specifically. It's not just the survivors. And I guess the other thing is that uh, it's not like one episode.
Yeah.
It's a long they turn it into a huge plot instead of this. But I feel like if you've been reading this thing so far and
You
you
have
know
an idea
about,
what it is, yeah.
exactly, like whereas when you're watching the show, you don't know that there's the you know
History.
the corporate think tank slash military group that installed all these stations on the island, you know. So if you've been told that, I feel like the answer is kind of evident. But yeah, still we see here very clearly something that they absolutely did.
And again, I think we see why they keep calling it the hatch instead
Yeah.
of the station, because it starts out literally as just a hatch, and
Yeah.
it's just a hatch, guys.
Couldn't get away from that.
All right, okay, next.
All right, here we go. The Still. Fed up with Sawyer's monopoly on alcohol,
Another booty.
Michael and Hurley decide to build their own still.
God.
requiring considerable outside the box thinking and a fascinating MacGyver-esque version of island invention. But when Sawyer finds out what they're up to, we learn what industrial sabotage looks like on a tropical island.
Does that mean he trains a monkey to throw a wrench into their still? See, on a tropical island, a monkey wrench is literally a monkey throwing a wrench.
It's actually a monkey and a
A
wrench.
monkey and a wrench. You ain't never seen that coming. So
Yeah.
they're obsessed with alcohol.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Like
Damn.
Michael and Hurley really want to drink alcohol so badly. They're gonna distill
Mhm.
their own alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna make some major SPS with this.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be the FPS kings.
Yeah, this really does not sound like a
I
good
feel like you could
episode.
have a whole show based on the warring dimensions of these brewing economic models,
Yeah.
like SPFs versus alcohol, and those are the two major currencies. Which one's gonna win out at the end of the day?
SPS versus APV. ABV.
BV.
Yes, alcohol by volume.
Here it is. So SPF 15 is equal to ABV 20%. I don't know.
Exactly. They'll have to have conversion rates. They'll probably change from
Yep.
day to day, depending on the markets and the relative strength.
And the confidence of the investors, of course.
Exactly.
He's like, listen, we got to consider the world markets. By world market, I mean the market on the other side of the island.
I'm in the market right there where I'm looking right now.
Market over there, yeah, behind that mango tree.
The place where Sawyer's sitting.
Exactly, that's the other market. They have a bell they ring at the beginning of the day, and then the market, the stocks open. Man, the show could have been so much worse.
This sounds horrible. I'm really glad they didn't do that episode.
Yeah, this is what industrial sabotage looks like.
I have no idea what that means. Like that's just
He
crazy.
burns it down. Like, what else can it look like? I mean,
Yeah, it's just like yeah, I don't know. Like he does some fracking to like mess up their water supply. Like what happened? I just don't get it.
yeah, he makes a perfect copy of some like bolt they have, but he makes it like a millimeter shorter, so their whole system falls apart after a year. I don't know what is gonna happen. I don't know.
Exactly. Like I don't know what the magic. It's just like to call it industrial sabotage. Like how spectacular can it be? Like it's
Yeah.
just. And why does he care so much? It's just like I don't know.
Why does he get back with industrial sabotage? Why doesn't he like try to get in? Because they have a long term strategy. His supply's got to run out.
Right.
He should be trying to get in on their thing and not like ruining it. But I guess he's a short sighted guy. But still,
Yeah.
although
Yeah.
he does long cons, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Eh.
That's true. But if SPFs are the ones that matter, like why should I mean I don't know. It's like, what are you gonna do with that? You know, I control the money supply. Like, how are
I
people
guess
gonna
he's like,
pay
listen,
for
no matter how
alcohol?
drunk you are, you can still get sunburned. So
Exactly. You're more likely to sleep in too late, you know, and you need to have your sunblock on, or you're gonna be sunburned
yeah, yeah.
before you even wake up. So, come to Sawyer.
All right, 2 days of darkness.
All right, you ready?
After
Oh man,
yeah, you ready?
I love this one. Okay, 2 days of darkness.
Wait,
After a
am I reading this one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I read the last one?
Remember.
Yeah, I did read the last one. I'm sorry. I just got excited. Okay, you're go.
Right. 2 days of darkness. After a 48-hour eclipse, the castaways are intrigued by the appearance of thousands of strange, vicious cocoons in and around their camp. Vicious?
Viscous.
Okay, I thought I was reading that wrong. I was like,
Yeah, vicious is with S and C the other way around.
okay, thanks, English.
You're welcome.
Curious, but unwilling to cut one open and investigate, a debate rages as to how to deal with this bizarre new development. And the cocoons aren't hatching, so they don't have to cut one open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird.
That sounds so weird and scary and crazy and like a different show from the Lost that I'm used to. Like, I can't imagine them doing this plot for real.
And since when is an eclipse 48 days? I guess that would have been part of the mystery of the island, but
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, like, and it's an eclipse that brings them. Like, this is scary. Like, I really want to know what they're doing with that. Like, I read this and I was like, man, I want to watch that show.
yeah. I mean, but what's it gonna be? Butterflies? I mean, it can't be anything with too long term of a consequence.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be just some either strange island creature or just some creature we've seen before in a different environment. But yeah, that's definitely the setup. At least is interesting and creepy. I don't know if the answer would have been that good.
Maybe not, maybe not. But the important thing is they didn't give us the answers, so I'm allowed to continue to enjoy the mystery.
They can't take that away from you.
Exactly, without the crushing defeat of knowing how bad the answer was in the end.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a cool setup. Like the combination of eclipse and then cocoons, and then they're gonna hatch. Like, and what's gonna it's intriguing.
Yeah.
I have to see that episode, and I never will.
Never will. So,
All right.
so instead of the other 48 days, it'd have been like the other 48 hours.
Exactly.
Nice.
All right. Are you ready
Ready.
for the next one? Murder. When a murder takes place.
They didn't wait to use that word.
I guess that was obvious. When a murder takes place in the camp, Locke uses the fear and suspicion of the castaways to start a witch hunt. And ultimately, it is Charlie who becomes the most likely suspect. A situation exacerbated by the onset of Charlie's withdrawal, and more importantly, the fact that he himself is unsure as to his innocence or guilt. To be continued in the next one.
All right. So what? Is there a murder where Charlie's a suspect?
The closest thing that I can think of is, Charlie's the one who does the fake kidnapping on Sun.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way that was, like Anna Lucia that used that as an opportunity to try to make people scared of the others again. And it wasn't really a witch hunt per se, but yeah, Charlie was never, I think, a big suspect for anything. I mean, except what? I don't know, using the drugs, stealing the drugs, drugs. Like, I don't know that he ever really,
Yeah.
And there was the Sun thing. But yeah, the murder, like, this is a murder mystery. This is like the cop show kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that Locke uses the fear to start a witch hunt, like, implying that he's doing it intentionally. Like, I don't really understand why he'd be like, all right, I'm gonna use this opportunity to start a witch hunt. Like, I don't know. It seems like a weird thing for him to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way they seem to be implying that he's doing it intentionally. I mean, it'd be one thing if he, just wanted to know who it was.
Well, I think he wants to know who it is and uses their fear and suspicion to get everyone to be convinced that they need to root this person out.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, "Oh well, we don't know who it is."
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, this is just kind of a basic setup. I would have watched this. I'd be curious. It's interesting that he doesn't know if he's guilty or not.
Mm-hmm. Well, he would have to be for this to have any legs as a,
right.
Because he did it. Okay, well then convict him. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, that adds a little ambiguity, which helps.
Yeah. All
So
right.
let's go to Kangaroo Court because this was supposed to be the part that this is continued in.
This is the follow-up. Yeah.
Kangaroo Court. While Locke would like to see Charlie burn at the stake. Wow.
Continuing the witch hunt.
Yeah. Thanks for that allegory. Or not. That's not the word I'm looking for. What's the other word?
Metaphor?
Not quite. Maybe I don't know what I'm looking for. Anyway, Kate steps forward as the voice of reason and calls for a fair and unbiased presentation of the facts. But civility goes out the door when justice can only be reached. Again, one of these taglines. When civility goes out the door. But civility goes out the door when justice can only be reached by full consensus. Think 12 Angry Men, Survivor style. Ultimately, Kate plays defender to Locke's prosecutor in a trial which is just as much about the outing of Charlie's addiction as it is a presentation of the considerable evidence against him. I think the evidence against him is that he's an addict. I think that's part of it. Spoiler alert. This is weird. This is again that trial that they were like, listen, here's our trial episode. We're gonna have a lawyer, we're gonna have a prosecutor and a defender, and we're really gonna do this trial thing.
This sounds to me like a Star Trek episode. I feel like they have episodes like this.
They definitely have Star Trek episodes, yeah, where one person has to, yeah, they've done that.
Like that's the vibe I'm getting from this, and one character is gonna defend them, and another character is going to.
Is Data alive? Is Data alive or not? And then one person has to be the prosecutor, one is the defender, but they both like him, but they both have to present the evidence.
Exactly. So yeah, that's it's weird, and they still don't really say whether he was guilty or not.
Yeah.
It seems like it's not about that anymore.
Mm-mm.
It's about the kangaroo court.
It's about how they resolve the issue, not whether or not he did it.
Exactly. But like someone was murdered, right? Doesn't that? I don't know. It's weird that it's not quite resolved.
All right, next.
Okay, next. Abducted. Kate wakes up to find herself bound and gagged in a dark cave, a captive of the others. Without capital O. Without knowing why she's been taken or what they plan on doing with her. Kate is entirely helpless until another captive is thrown into this makeshift prison. Locke. Despite their differences up to this point, and in the previous episode where they literally faced off, the two must work together in order to escape their mysterious captors.
Ooh, this never happened.
No.
So Kate did get captured by the others.
That's true.
She was entirely helpless.
That is true.
But she was thrown into a prison with Sawyer, not Locke.
Yes. Yeah, so that part did all happen. It wasn't really a dark cave. I mean, they did have that whole tail section thing where they threw Michael and Jen and Sawyer in that pit. And then they threw Ana Lucia down to like spy on them, and I feel like that's a little bit in the spirit of what they're talking about here.
Yep.
But
and that was others related too. Yeah.
Exactly. That's sort of what they wanted them to think. At that point. So yeah. It makes you wonder if that was going to be the answer here. That like. Locke was responsible for it or something.
For what?
For Kate's abduction.
Why?
Just because in the tail section episode, like, Ana Lucia has herself thrown down there as a sort of spy. Wait, why would he do that? Is that the question?
What makes you think he would do that? Or I mean, like, why are you saying this?
Just because just because they had a plot where they had a fake prisoner be thrown down, you
So,
know.
but are you saying like the, that the others really didn't do it? It was Locke is pretending that the others kidnapped Kate, but it's really him
I,
who did it.
I'm just throwing it out as a theory based on what they actually did in the show.
Uh huh.
You know, like because they made us think it was the others, and then they revealed that it was the tail section survivors. So it makes me think that maybe something like that was going on here.
I see.
Although it does pretty clearly state it's the others.
Yeah, yeah, it does. And that's the thing with that other thing, where presumably Locke is the person behind the deception. They kind of didn't make it clear who was behind it.
Right.
Here they make it clear it's the others, but I see what you're saying. Like just the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and it also raises the question of why the others did this, like
Mhm.
kidnap people and toss them in a cave. Like they sort of did stuff like that, but usually it was a little clearer what they were doing.
Yeah.
But maybe we would have found that out eventually. I don't know, or maybe they just escape and we were supposed to find out later, or we never find out.
So many
Anyway,
options.
there are.
All right.
All right.
Lamaze.
Or is it La Maze?
I hope it's not Lamaze. Coming to grips with the reality that she's actually going to have her baby on the island, Claire finds herself getting prenatal preparation from an unlikely source when an emergency forces her into a cave with Sun and Jin, a couple now at war with each other. Wow, bad place to be, Claire.
Yeah, wow. That's what I'd call La Maze.
That's a Lamaze if I ever seen one.
I I don't understand this title. Is La Maze a thing?
I think this is supposed to be Lamaze because it's about Claire and her baby.
What's Lamaze?
Lamaze is like Lamaze class, the breathing technique for when you're in labor.
Oh, I don't know that. It's called Lamaze?
You never
That's a
heard of
thing?
Lamaze?
No, I've never heard of
First of all,
Lamaze.
it's French, so I know you've heard of it.
No, I swear I've never heard of Lamaze.
Well, it's an American term because we use it all the time on every TV show about babies. You
Really?
heard of Lamaze?
I
You,
swear I've never heard of Lamaze.
oh, come now. There's only
Is it?
there's only like three things we know collectively about having babies. One of them is that the storks bring the baby. Two of them is the second thing is Lamaze, and the third thing is I don't know. I just made up three things. No,
Oh.
Lamaze. You've heard of Lamaze? Come on.
I swear I've never heard of this. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page now. I'm shocked.
You shocked?
I'm shocked that I've never heard of this. I really
Maybe not.
no. Uh wow. I feel like I should have heard of this, but I just haven't. Okay. I really thought it was La Maze because I'd never heard of La Maze.
Well,
But yeah, you're right. It's a French doctor who invented this, and his last name was Lamaze. So that's what I. So it is Lamaze. You're right. That's how
yep.
you should say it.
There it
Not
is.
It's not Lamaze.
Not Lamaze. Or Lamaze.
Lamaze. No,
That's too
it's
French.
not. It is. It
Well,
is.
you learn something new on every Lost Lowdown, right? So
I'm glad I could learn something.
it's like I wonder what you thought people were saying because I know you've seen episodes of TV when they're talking about I got to go do that Lamaze class and Lamaze this and that and maybe you just didn't know what that word meant so you didn't put it together with.
I must have been. I must have just been like, okay, whatever. I guess it's some weird LA thing. Uh, yeah, that's so strange. So this sounds like a bottle episode.
Yeah, literally they're in a cave.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, the previous one was too.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I mean, this idea sort of happened, but yeah, they didn't do a whole episode about it, and it's a good thing, I think. But if there's one thing I can be thankful for, it's that this episode taught me a new word. I do appreciate that. I don't learn a new word every day,
I know.
sadly. Um, all right. Wow. Are you ready for the next one?
I am.
Maybe I'm gonna learn a new word again.
I know. I hope you know what this word means.
The raft? What's that?
Oh God, it's French.
Fresh for what?
Having a baby.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. The raft. Saeed salvages a package from the debris field that could change the lives of the survivors. A fully functional inflatable escape raft from one of the plane's exit rows. While some argue that the raft would be an invaluable addition to the survivors' camp, as waterproof roofing, or a device to collect water.
Oh man.
Love that. It's like, whose line is it anyway? What can you do with this raft?
Yeah.
Come up with 10 things. Saeed announces his intention to get off the island, hoping to drift into a shipping lane and initiate a rescue.
Oh, God can't even see the shipping lanes next to this island.
Yeah, yeah.
I love the idea of let's use this as waterproofing for our roof.
I know. It's like, is it? I don't know. I guess I see the advantage, but it seems extreme.
Yeah, it's just a hilarious thing to use that for. Like I get it, but it's like there's so many other uses.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if they actually found a raft. Yeah, I would think they'd want to try to use it for
Hmm.
what it's for, like a raft,
Let's use it for what it's for.
rafting somewhere. So I guess this became them building the raft instead of
Hmm.
finding the raft.
And that makes me think they could have done a series of episodes where they find this inflatable raft. They decide to use that to get off the island, but then somebody destroys that. Then
Mm-hmm.
they have to go build a raft from scratch.
That would have been a little cleaner. It was a little
Yeah.
strange
To
to
build
build the
two
raft.
rafts. Yeah.
And then Michael's like, actually, I'm
Well,
glad
I
you
love
find
that.
it.
Yeah, that's a line you gotta have. But you know what? I learned some extra engineering techniques, and this was better. I really wish someone would destroy this one so I could learn even more lessons.
I know, that's kind of the obvious conclusion.
Yeah,
It's like,
so it's
but
kind of like Michael. How about you just keep building them? I'll keep destroying them. By the 10th raft, we'll have the one we really need because that'll be the best one.
exactly.
Or maybe
Exactly.
there's a law of diminishing raft turns. Did I go too far?
Never.
That a never? Okay.
A pun can never go too far,
Punt.
especially when it involves rafts.
Yeah, there you go.
Raft turn.
All right, you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Soldiers. Did I? Yeah, I read this one right.
Yeah.
Soldiers worker queen. A
What?
patch of wild berries is used by the castaways. Wait. A patch of wild berries
There you go.
used by the castaways is found stripped clean, and it soon becomes clear that the island is being subjected to a marching swarm of ravenous soldier ants.
What?
This is not the arachnophobia treatment. The ants are microscopic. Are they microscopic?
They're microscopic. It literally says they're
Can't see
microscopic.
them without a microscope. These are scary ants. With their own society in its.
I thought they meant the ants.
Huh?
When I first read with their own society, I thought it meant the ants.
Does it? I thought I was waiting to finish the sentence because I thought they meant the ants.
Oh, maybe they do. I don't know, but I don't think so.
Finish the sentence. With their own society in its most fractured state, Kate emerges as the clearest thinker among the ants. No.
We shall follow you.
She is born to run, and so are we. Alright, Kate emerges as the clearest thinker, establishing herself as a true leader when the alpha males of the island are unable to resolve their differences. Wow.
Wow.
You got blunt. The alpha males can't get it together.
Mm-hmm.
So
Soldiers, worker, queen.
that's
It's Kate.
a series of words for this title.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the alpha males are like, listen, let's just step on all the ants. Kate's like, no, guys,
Hmm.
they're microscopic. We can't see them all. She's clearly the smartest.
Exactly.
Wonder,
Yeah, no, I feel like there's a metaphor here. Like the ants are like them, and the way the ants organize themselves ends up happening here, and the rest of them become drones, and they need to listen to the queen, who's Kate.
my mouth is like agape right now because you just cracked this impenetrable metaphor. Because the leader of a colony of ants is a female,
Mm-hmm.
and the Lossies on the island is like a colony.
Exactly.
Chance they could use female leadership.
Mm-hmm. That would be my conclusion.
Squirts chemicals everywhere to instruct the others what to do. I'm assuming that you have to continue the metaphor. She's like, squirt, squirt. That means build something.
How do we know where you're going? So just follow my squirts.
Yeah, we need to stop while we're behind because this is already too much. It's already too much. We cracked the metaphor and then we destroyed it. We blew it up. We blew it up. All right, let's just go to the next one. I don't want to say anything else about this one here. I think we ruined everything that was clean and good and pure about this show.
Okay. I wasn't even thinking about ants like that. Oh man. I forgot they did that. Woo. Okay. All right, we're done with the ants.
Done with always done with the ants.
We shall never miss it.
Let's just say they never did this episode, and we're glad.
It's true. Yeah, no.
Maybe that's why they didn't do it, because they were trying to like break the story episode, and they were like, "Listen, guys, we're gonna get to a point where Kate is squirting, and we have to stop."
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's too far. That's too far, even for Lost. No, I think I see the idea of that episode, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure it would have been that great. It's the fact that ants are the main problem.
Well, maybe Hurley would have had like a CD of Dave Matthews Band. They could have played Ants Marching, and
Right. That might have helped. Or maybe it would be like, shut up, Hurley. That's why you don't make decisions.
exactly.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Next episode, Return of the Gun. Having lived quite comfortably in a world free of firearms, what? Sawyer and Saeed both discover that their respective pieces of the gun, what? Oh, okay. Divided between them by Kate and the pilot, have been stolen. Although the two immediately suspect one another, they eventually team up to find the culprit. Um, that's funny. I forgot that even happened in the pilot.
I didn't remember that either.
I don't think they bring that up again. I don't think they even mention that gun.
So what happened? Like somebody gets the gun and somebody gets the clip or something?
Yeah. I guess that's what happened when they're fighting and they get broken up. I guess. No. It was after Sawyer shoots the polar bear, and so they find out he has the gun, and then I guess she splits it up. Saeed doesn't want to let him keep it or something. And I feel like they don't talk about that gun anymore.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I was trying to see what they said about it on the wiki because I don't really remember specifically that what happened there, but yeah, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Return of the Gun. It's like there's only one gun. In this version of the show, they don't have the episode where they find the big stash of guns. That was something they decided on later, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that's when Kate lies about she doesn't know how to use a gun. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because she knows.
Oh, she knows.
All right, next. The sky is falling. Hope flickers when a small plane flies over the island, but moments later it bursts into flames. Before it crashes into a mountainside, a single parachuter leaps from the plane. Despite vast distance and impending nightfall, a rescue party immediately organizes, but what they find when they reach this new visitor is the last thing anyone expects.
Which is,
I have no clue. So
I guess you can't guess.
they did. Oh wait, I don't. Can I guess? Should I guess? What are you saying?
No, if it's the last thing you expect, then it's probably hard to guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This episode.
They did both parts, right? So we do have we know about the plane crashing into the island.
That's true.
They did that part, and then we had another part where a parachuter jumps out, but not from a plane, but from a
Right.
helicopter.
But the helicopter did crash.
The helicopter did crash too. That is correct.
In one of the most memorable, confusing moments of the series,
That's true.
where it just kind of went plop
Yeah.
water. Like, that was a helicopter crash? Okay. If you say so. I didn't really get that. But yeah, this is Naomi.
Naomi.
I don't know if that's what they had in mind there, if it was going to be connected with, you know, I don't know what they had in mind.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't know either. They just had the setup.
Exactly.
Yeah, because this is sometimes their description is pretty much a whole episode, and then sometimes it's just a setup. Like this is
Right.
the first like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
All right, next.
Black box. The castaways find the flight data recorder from the cockpit after undergoing a massive technological journey just to listen to it. What they ultimately redefine. Okay. There's some missing words here. What they ultimately discover redefines everything they thought they knew about what caused the crash.
All right. Well, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was just thinking. We know what caused the crash.
Indeed.
So I don't know if that could have been recorded on the flight data recorder.
Yeah.
What they would have found down there that would have pointed to the answer that we know, but
Yeah.
presumably they didn't do this because they were going to go with a different answer. So
Yeah.
they couldn't really necessarily use this plot.
Right. Yeah. They never really get data from the plane. I mean, that's not a thing that they even try. They do have the whole cockpit intact.
Hmm.
They even go there and like get something from it, but they never go there and try to like study it to figure out like what happened with the plane.
Because it's not a sci-fi show.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I'm curious what they had in mind caused the crash here that they could figure out from the flight data recorder. I really don't know.
I assume maybe it's more about the audio recording and the pilot saying something that would have been helpful, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, the sub. The shores of the island yield yet another mystery when a body dressed in an unidentifiable military uniform washes up on the beach near the fuselage. It's a long sentence. The gruesome discovery turns into new hope for the castaways who spot a submarine run aground on the barrier reef. Realizing the sub represents potential salvation, a group of our survivors cross the treacherous reef to find that it is not quite abandoned. Oh wait, that's not a punchline. Um, wait, what happened? I was too busy dramatically
Yeah, I'm
speaking.
sorry, I'm confused. What's not abandoned? The reef or the submarine?
The sub's not abandoned. Yeah.
Okay, okay, all right. The it was a little strange because in that sentence, like it should refer to the reef, I think. But okay, all right.
That,
It is the submarine. Um, well, they did have a submarine
that was not abandoned.
that was not abandoned, and they did have a body wash up on the beach. That also happened.
Yep.
Um,
Couple times.
yeah, a couple times. Couple times. It's true.
Identifiable military uniform. That's obviously Dharma,
Yeah,
but not specifically.
yeah.
And
So this is pushing the
but but
the.
but what are they gonna do? I mean, did they really think they're gonna? Oh, guys, we're gonna drive the submarine
Mhm.
just washed up on shore. So now we're gonna go drive it to salvation.
Yeah,
Drive submarine? I guess you
they
pilot
can.
them.
Yeah, you make it move. I don't know.
Make it move. Or you went to Navy school, I can tell.
You push buttons. I mean, yeah. No, I mean, remember in season 6 when like they're talking about Kate and Sawyer talking about getting off the island, and it's like there's the plane and there's the sub, and Kate's like, we can't. Nobody knows how to fly a plane. We can't use it. And Sawyer's like, we're not taking the plane, Kate. We're taking the sub
Yeah, because that's easier.
because that's easy. That was the lesson, right?
Yeah, we all know water is easier than air. Come on.
And they do all get on the submarine. I mean, the submarine that ends up being the place where Jen and Son die. I mean, they get in there, they drive it, and I mean,
But
not a one of them.
they hijack. Yeah, they force the actual submarine pilot to pilot it.
They do.
Yeah, don't they?
There's a submarine. I didn't think there was anyone on the submarine when they
I
died
thought
except for them.
I thought I thought they had somebody at gunpoint and they made him drive it.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he died there too, and they just didn't show him later.
I'm pretty sure they had somebody else. Cause they were asking somebody about what to do and
But I thought they were sneaking around. I didn't think they had any personnel that they actually kidnapped or something from like Widmore's crew or whatever. Like I didn't
first of
think they had.
all, can I just say this submarine is called Galaga, which I never knew.
It is indeed the Galaga, yes.
Yeah. All right. So no, somebody's driving this thing. Let me read here because I don't remember.
I think it's Jack or Sawyer or Saeed or something. I mean,
Wait.
I'm pretty sure they don't have anybody else. Because they were sneaking around and they were getting shot at. Like, they didn't have anybody. Unless I'm just crazy and I forgot.
Oh wait, this is not the submarine. I want Widmore submarine. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a
Galaga's Dharma submarine. I didn't even know there was two submarines, but
Of
there
course,
are.
there are two submarines. Because the other one, the Galaga blew up.
Yeah, that's the one Locke blew up.
Yeah.
All right. No, wait, what? Somebody was driving. Am I crazy?
I think it was just the main characters. Am I crazy?
Someone here is crazy.
It's guaranteed. Because I really don't think they had. I really don't think they had any. Okay, here's somebody called a sub captain.
Okay, that helps.
All right, let's see here. Ah, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. They held this. They
Yeah,
held him
because
in
I remember the whole thing about the radio. He had to like radio
Right.
to somebody or something, and yeah,
Yeah.
it was somebody. Because I remember we were saying when Sawyer's like, "Yeah, we're taking the submarine." It's like, "No way, you guys know who's gonna pilot it?" And then the easy answer was, "You hold somebody hostage who knows how to do it."
You're right. You're right. Wow, I just forgot about this guy completely.
So
He doesn't
you're the
even look
crazy
that
one.
bad.
Good.
I am the crazy one. I am the crazy one. Yeah, so hopefully they can take somebody hostage from the people who are still alive.
Mm,
I guess. No?
Is it Captain Bird?
Captain Bird?
So there's two sub captains. There's Captain Bird. Oh, he's the captain of the Galaga. Sorry. Then there's just sub captain who was
Yeah,
he's
no
the
name.
captain. Yeah, yeah, that guy.
I
Look,
don't remember
that's
Captain
right.
Bird.
That's right. Because Frank was in the front with this guy, and it was
Yeah,
Frank who was making him do it.
yeah.
That's it. That's it.
I couldn't picture it. I still can't, honestly. Like, I believe it now because it's here, and I don't think you just wrote that just now, but, like,
It is a wiki page.
it's true. You could have.
Could have just added it.
It's possible.
It is.
I seriously doubt it, but hey.
You'll never know for sure.
And then they even find his body in the last episode floating in the water.
I don't remember that.
See, that's the thing. Like, once shit goes crazy, they don't focus on him at all, and that's the thing. That's the part I'm remembering.
Yeah, the crazy shit.
Yeah, the crazy shit. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
All right.
But it's interesting to introduce the sub so early. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. Hurricane. I'm reading this one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Unless you're saying, am I pronounced? Is hurricane a word? Are you familiar with the word hurricane?
It's not that bad, at least. Hurricane. No longer able to agree about the simplest of things, our group is on the verge of splitting into two when dark clouds appear miles off the coast. It soon becomes clear that a massive hurricane is heading their way, threatening not only the makeshift settlement they've worked so hard to build, but their very lives.
What? So this is monsoon season.
Totally. This is our thing.
Yeah.
They totally,
Yeah, this.
some part of them wanted to do that.
Yeah.
For real.
Saddening part of them. It is. I'll say it is the very last story. So hopefully it was on the last on the list.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it doesn't say that a bumbling science teacher told them all of this.
Yeah. See, and that's kind of interesting, from a writing perspective of how, how they can have an idea. Sometimes it starts with the character, sometimes it's just a plot idea, and then later they'll have to figure out, okay, well, how does this plot idea come from a character perspective? And then you get Ernst saying, oh, this is going to happen, and this is what you got to do about it.
See, but in this case, like, they actually see it. Whereas
it's actually, yeah, the other way was this foreshadowing thing, and
yeah,
he was saying it's going to happen, but this is they actually see it, and the impending doom is for real.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's like, yeah, they don't have to have someone there to tell them something's gonna happen. They're just seeing it coming. So yeah, it just changes the whole way
Yeah,
it works.
and that's again just classic survival drama, because you can see one group saying, well, maybe the storm won't hit us, we don't really have to prepare, and then another group saying, oh, we're all going to die, we need to hide in the jungle or something, and so you can get some very easy conflict out of just that little idea.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, they did use it in a way for this purpose. Like they used it as, one of their motivations for going to get the dynamite. Trying to get in the hatch.
That's right. Yep. Got to get that dynamite.
So they still, but you're totally right. Like, I think that's another thing. I mean, personally for me, like someone who, I mean, I'm not really planning to write for television, but I am interested in how it works, and I definitely think you get insight into how, specifically these writers sort of worked, because you can see the development of ideas from, what they were thinking then to what they actually did on the show, and it gives you an idea of sort of how they have sort of ideas for plots or character turns or whatever, and then how they sort of morph them into something that actually fits in the show.
Yeah.
Because when you just watch the show, it just sort of happens, and you don't really see how that's made up of these disparate things. That they came up with, in some cases, years before they actually used them.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, season 3, episode 17. Now it's time to do that helicopter crash plot.
Yeah, remember that helicopter plot? Yeah, let's do that.
That was a good idea. We got to do that now.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's I don't know. It's really interesting from that point of view. So that was the last one.
That was it. That was it. So then the last page here is called the hard sell. It's a little epilogue where they basically reconfirm that Lost is the best thing ever,
Mhm.
and it'll be better than the best thing ever, and it's also better than that.
Exactly.
It's hip, frightening, funny, mysterious, romantic, cinematic, but more than anything, unexpected.
Mhm.
And then they end with probably the worst line. Hopefully, we can all get lost together.
Yeah.
I guess you have to end like that, but you also don't.
You don't,
Yeah.
but you do. But you don't. But I
Yeah,
wish
but
they
they
hadn't.
did. Yeah.
Yeah. They couldn't help themselves.
The one thing they got right in an overall general perspective is Lost was unlike anything that we've seen on TV, and definitely a unique cast and unique setting, and yeah, it's pretty interesting to see from a story perspective, you know, kind of how the show came about.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like also from the episode ideas that they did use, you can look at the ones they didn't use and also see different avenues that the show might have gone down if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
It was stuff that real Lost writers thought of as possible plots. I mean the cocoon thing and the mysterious fruit and all that stuff where it's like you know, it would have been interesting to see how that was going to develop, and how would they fit that into the larger sort of island story, like.
Well, are you saying it's safe to say that with Lost, nothing's implausible?
Wow.
I,
Yes,
I'm just speaking for you, but I assume that's what you're getting at here.
that's exactly what I can't put it better. I yes. There's no need to say more when it's been said so well.
All right. Well, good podcast. This was interesting. Yeah, we this doc came out at least online. The article about it came out back in September, so we've been planning to do this for a while. So glad to finally get this one done.
Yes, it's very good to talk about this thing because I think it's really interesting and anyone who's like semi obsessed about Lost the way we are should definitely check this out. It's pretty cool.
I think semi obsessed is going too far. I think we're mildly interested in it. I think is the most you could say. We have a passing interest in this show.
It's just passing very slowly.
It's just a very slow passing that's all encompassing while it's passing. It's like a black hole passing by. Like it is gonna absorb
Exactly.
all the light,
Yes.
but in a couple million years, once it's done passing, you'll have no connection to it. So
Exactly.
lost.
Lost.
All right, I wish that was the end of the podcast, but we actually have to end it with thanks and namaste, or else we'll get fired.
That's right. It's literally a contractual obligation.
So thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.